Welcome to Faith Rest, your sanctuary for tonight. You have carried enough weight today, dear friend. Now is the time to breathe slowly now. The shepherd is here to guard your rest. The Father has been waiting for this moment. If your mind is racing with many thoughts, if you feel like the world is loud, let these words be a soft blanket today. Every worry is now surrendered to His light. Your heart is finding its rhythm in peace before we enter the story of the creation. Remember to subscribe to our growing faith family. We read the Holy Scriptures together every week. You will never have to face the night. You have a safe home with us tonight. Tell us in the comments where you are. Share a prayer request for us to lift. There are brothers and sisters praying for you. Your presence is a beautiful gift to us. You are loved and cherished by the King. Let us pray for God's hand upon you. Father, calm every nerve and every spirit. Fill this room with your holy presence now. Grant this child a deep and healing sleep. In the name of Jesus, find rest. In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. Now the earth was formless and empty now. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over. God said, "Let there be light tonight here." God saw that the light was good today. He separated the light from the dark now. God called the light day and darkness night. And there was evening and there was morning, the first day of the perfect creation story. The same voice that created light is here. Darkness has no power over God's holy presence. He is bringing order to your mental chaos. You are the most precious part of creation. Sleep in the stillness of His perfect design. God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the vault and separated water. God called the vault sky, and it was. Evening and morning were the second day now. God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place and dry ground." God called the dry ground land and waters. God saw that it was good tonight. Let the land produce vegetation and seed plants. Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation seed, bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation plants, bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good in this place tonight now. And God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years. And let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth." And it was so. God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day and stars. The same wisdom that organized the heavens is arranging your life today now. You can rest because the one who keeps the stars in place is holding you. His light is stronger than any shadow that tries to cross your mind today. Every seed of peace He planted in you tonight will surely grow into strength. The Father of lights is watching over your home and your heart right now. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening and there was morning, the fourth day. And God said, "Let the water teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the vault of the sky tonight." So God created the great creatures of the ocean and every living thing with which the water teems and that moves about in it according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful and increase in number, and fill the water in the seas." And morning were the fifth day. And God said, "Let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, the livestock, the creatures that move along the ground, and the wild animals, each according to its kind." And it was so. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all the creatures that move along the ground today. Then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea, and the birds in the sky, over the livestock, and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them male and female. You are the intentional masterpiece of the Creator who loves you deeply tonight. The breath of God within you is a constant source of life and total peace. He looked at everything he made, including you, and called it very good now. You don't have to prove your worth because you are already chosen by him. Rest in the identity of a child who is perfectly reflected in the Father's love. God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the sixth day. Thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the seventh day, God had finished the work he had been doing. So on the seventh day he rested from all his work, and the world was silent now. Then God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because on it he rested from all the work of creating that he had done. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and the peace of the Sabbath settled upon the entire and holy universe today. Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east, in Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. The Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye today. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there, it was separated into 4 headwaters today in this place. The name of the first is the Pishon. It winds through the entire land of Havilah, where there is good gold. The name of the second river is the Zihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush in this night. The name of the third river is the Tigris. It runs along the east side of Asher in peace. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. The Lord God took the man and put him in the garden. He put him there to work it and take care of it under the quiet shadow of the Almighty. The Lord God commanded the man, "You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but one." The Father has planted a garden of peace within your soul throughout this holy night here. You are surrounded by the rivers of his living and healing water in this very moment today. His provision for your life is abundant and flows without any end through the quiet dark now. Every good thing you need has already been prepared by his mighty and loving hands here. Sleep in the garden of his presence, where every fear is completely and eternally washed away. The Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper for him." Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. He brought them to the man to see what he would name them in the silence of the day. Whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name in the perfect design of the Father. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds, and all the wild animals in the garden. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and then closed up the place today. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man in this piece. He brought her to the man, and Adam said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of mine." That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife in holy light. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made tonight. He said to the woman, "Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in garden?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God, you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, or touch, or you will die." The serpent said, "You will not certainly die," to the woman in this place. When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it in the silence of night. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it in garden. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked in this hour. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves under the stars in the night. Even in your moments of weakness, the Father is coming to find you in this silence now. His voice in the cool of the night is a call to return to his deep rest. You do not need to hide your heart behind the leaves of your shame or regret today. His grace is a garment that covers all your mistakes and all your heavy and dark fears. Rest in the mercy of the one who seeks you because he loves you more than words. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you in the quiet and holy garden?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked tonight." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree I said?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me fruit, and I ate." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done in this night?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate under the shadow of the trees now." So the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you above. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and her holy son." Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord, I have brought forth a man." Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord, and Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast tonight. And the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it." Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let us go out to the field." While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" "I don't know," he replied. "Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done? Listen. Your brother's blood cries out to me from ground. The Lord is watching over your family and your lineage throughout this very quiet night here. He sees every hidden struggle and every silent tear you have shed during this difficult day now. You are never alone because the eyes of the Creator follow you with infinite and holy mercy. Let the weight of the past fall away as you enter the ark of His total and perfect forgiveness. Rest in the favor of God, which is a shield protecting your heart from all the noise of the world. Adam made love to his wife again, and she gave birth to a son, and named him Seth, saying, "God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him." Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. This is the written account of Adam's family line. When God created mankind, He made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and blessed them, and He named them mankind when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness and named him Seth today. Altogether, Adam lived a total of 930 years, and then he died. When Seth had lived 105 years, he became the father of Enosh. And after he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and had other sons and daughters altogether. Seth lived a total of 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Kenan, and Enosh lived 815 years and had other sons and daughters in this night. When Mahalalel had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jared now. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. Then the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes. Of old men of renown, the Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become today. The Lord was deeply troubled, and his heart was filled with pain. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. This is the account of Noah and his family. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight and full of violence in this place. God is building a sanctuary of absolute peace for your soul in the middle of this night. The door of the ark is open, and he is inviting you to leave all your worries outside now. You are chosen to walk in favor while the world around you feels chaotic and very loud today. His covenant with you is an anchor that stays firm even when the great deep waters rise here. Sleep in the safety of a room that has been sealed by the Holy Spirit of the living God. So God said to Noah, I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood, make rooms in it, and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof for it, leaving below the roof an opening 1 cubit high all around. Put a door in the side of the ark, and make lower, middle, and upper decks. I am going to bring floodwaters on the earth now. 7 days from now I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made. And Noah did all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the floodwaters came on the earth, and Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds, and of all creatures that move along the ground, male and females, came to Noah and entered the ark as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in peace. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened, and rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day, Noah and his sons, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind, and all livestock according to their kinds, and every creature that moves along ground. For 40 days the flood kept coming on the earth, and as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 15 cubits. Every living thing that moved on land perished, including all people and every creature now. The same hand that shut the door of the ark is protecting your peace tonight now. In the middle of the greatest storm, the Father remembers exactly where you are today. You are floating on a sea of grace that is much deeper than your deepest trouble now. The flood of your worries will not reach the sanctuary He has provided for you here. Sleep in the quiet confidence that the Sovereign Lord is navigating your safe rest now. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark, and he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens had been closed, and the rain had stopped falling from the sky. The water receded steadily from the earth. At the end of the 150 days the water had gone down, and on the 17th day of the 7th month the ark came to rest on the mountains. After 40 days Noah opened a window he had made in the ark and sent out a raven, and it kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the ground. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground, but the dove could find no perch, because there was water over all the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back into the ark. Noah waited 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to him. By the 1st day of the 1st month of Noah's 601st year, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed cover. And God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife, and your sons and their wives. Bring out every kind of living creature that is with you, so they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number on it." So Noah came out together with his family and all the animals. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma. The dove of peace is bringing an olive branch of hope to your weary heart today here. A new season of restoration is beginning for you while you drift into a deep sleep now. The altar of your gratitude is a pleasing aroma that reaches the throne of the Father today. Every dry area of your life is being watered by the fresh and holy rain of His blessing. Rest in the promise that the storms of the past will never return to your quiet soul. God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth. Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you, just as I gave you the green plant. I now give you everything, but you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it. And for your lifeblood I will surely demand an accounting. I will demand an accounting from every animal, and from each human being too. I will demand an accounting now." Then God said to Noah and to his sons, "This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you, and every living creature with you for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind today." This is the account of Terah's family line. Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran became the father of Lot. While his father Terah was still alive, Haran died in Ur of the Chaldeans, in the land of his birth. Abram and Nahor both married. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai tonight here. Now Sarai was childless because she was not able to conceive. Today now, Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, and Sarai, and together they set out for Canaan. The Lord had said to Abram, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you." So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him in this holy night here today. The same voice that called Abraham to a new land is calling you to rest now. You don't need to know every step of the way to be safe in His hands today. The Father is promising a future of peace and a legacy of grace tonight here. Leave the heavy baggage of the unknown at the feet of the eternal God now. Sleep in the certainty that you are being led by the Shepherd of all ages today. Abram took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the possessions they had accumulated and the people they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram travelled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of Moreh at Shechem. At that time, the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built an altar there to the Lord now. From there he went on toward the hills east of Bethel and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued toward the Negev in this quiet silence tonight here now. Let the courage of Abram's faith fill your heart with a deep sense of security. You are moving toward the promises of God, even while your body rests in peace. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to live there for a while because the famine was severe. As he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, "I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but will let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake today." When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that Sarai was a very beautiful woman. And when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, and she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake, and Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious diseases on Pharaoh and his household because of Sarai tonight in this quiet and holy room today now. Even when the path feels uncertain, God is your constant and holy provider now. He is resolving the conflicts of your heart even while you are sleeping tonight. There is enough peace and enough grace for every area of your soul today here. The Father is expanding your spiritual horizons as you rest in His love now. Close your eyes and trust in the abundance that only the Creator can give. So Abram went up from Egypt to the Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. From the Negev he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier, and where he had first built an altar. There Abram called on the name of the Lord today in peace. Now Lot, who was moving about with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents. But the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possessions were so great that they were not able to stay together. And quarreling arose between Abram's herders and Lot. Abram said to Lot, "Let's not have any quarreling between you and me. Is not the whole land before you? Let's part company in this very quiet night." Lot looked around and saw that the whole plain of the Jordan toward Zoar was well watered like the garden of the Lord. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the cities of the plain and pitched his tents near Sodom. The Lord said to Abram after Lot had parted from him, "Look around from where you are. All the land that you see I will give to you." After this the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward today." But Abram said, "Sovereign Lord, what can you give me, since I remain childless? And the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus. You have given me no children, so a servant in my household will be my heir tonight, here, now." Then the word of the Lord came to him, "This man will not be your heir, but a son, who is your own flesh and blood will be your heir. He took him outside and said, "Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them." Then he said to him, "So shall your offspring be." Abram believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as righteousness. The Father is inviting you to look at the stars of his promises today now. Your life is not a mistake, but a masterpiece written by the hand of the Creator. He is your shield and your very great reward in the middle of this night. Rest in the certainty that he is working on your behalf while you sleep now. Every silent prayer of your heart has been heard by the God who never fails. He also said to him, "I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to take possession of it." But Abram said, "Sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it?" So the Lord said to him, "Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon tonight here." Abram brought all these to him, cut them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut. Then birds of prey came down on the carcasses. But Abram drove them away as the sun was setting. Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, "Know for certain today, when the sun had set and darkness had fallen, a smoking firepot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said to your descendants, I give this land from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river the Euphrates, the Lamanites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, and Hittites, today, here, now." Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian slave named Hagar. So she said to Abram, "The Lord has kept me from having children. Go sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her." Abram agreed to what Sarai said. So after Abram had been living in Canaan 10 years, Sarai took Hagar and gave her husband. He slept with Hagar, and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, "You are responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my slave in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me." But Abram said, "Your slave is in hand. You are never invisible to the God who sees every detail of your life now. When you feel alone in the desert of your worries, He is standing there. His mercy is a spring of living water for your thirsty and tired soul tonight. You can stop running because you are safe in the presence of the Almighty. Rest in the love of the Father who calls you by your name in the dark. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, "Hagar, slave of Sarai, where have you come from? And where are you going?" "I am running away from my mistress, Sarai," she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, "Go back to mistress tonight." The angel added, "I will increase your descendants so much that they will be too numerous to count." The angel of the Lord also said to her, "You are now pregnant, and you will give birth to a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard of your misery. He will be a wild donkey of a man, his hand against everyone now." She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her, "You are the God who sees me." For she said, "I have now seen the one who sees me." That is why the well was called Beer Lahai Roy. It is still there between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son tonight. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and be blameless. Then I will make my covenant between me and you, and will greatly increase your numbers tonight, here, now, today." Abram fell face down, and God said to him, "As for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name will be Abraham, for I have made you a father now. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you for the generations to come, to be your God today. As for Sarai, your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her, and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her, so that she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her in this quiet night. Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? And Abraham said to God, if only Ishmael might live under your blessing today. Now, then God said, yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him for all the days here. God is giving you a new name and a new hope throughout this night. His promises do not depend on your age or your human strength now. He is establishing an everlasting peace within your home today here. You are chosen by the King to live a legacy of grace and restoration. Rest in the holy covenant that cannot be broken by time or fear. Abraham took his son Ishmael and all those born in his household or bought with his money and circumcised them on that very day, as God told him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13 in this silent place. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that very same day, and all the men in Abraham's household, including those born in his household or bought from a foreigner, were circumcised with him under the stars tonight here. The obedience of Abraham brought a seal of belonging to his entire family, while the world was still and the presence of the Almighty covered the tents with a blanket of deep rest and security. May the faithfulness of the Creator settle every doubt in your mind as you prepare to sleep tonight in His arms. He is the God of the impossible, who brings life to the dead places of your heart and soul today. You are sealed with the promise of a Father who never forgets a single word He has spoken to His children here. Close your eyes and feel the weight of His glory protecting your room and your dreams from every shadow. The morning will bring the fulfillment of what He has started in you while you rest in total silence. Sleep now in the peace of the great I Am, who remains the same forever and ever today. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried today. Now, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, if I have found favor in your eyes, my Lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought and wash feet. Then rest under this tree and let me get you something to eat so you can be refreshed, and then go on your way. Now that you have come to your servant. Very well, they answered, do as you say. Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah. Quick, he said, get 3 seahs of the finest flour and knead it and bake some bread. Then he ran to the herd and selected a choice tender calf and gave it to a servant who hurried today. He set these before them, and he stood near them under a tree while they ate. Where is your wife Sarah? They asked him. There in the tent, he said. Then one of them said, I will surely return to you about this time next year. Now, and Sarah, your wife, will have a son. Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing tonight here. The Father is visiting your house with a message of joy tonight now. He is bringing deep rest to your weary steps in this quiet room today. The impossible is becoming a miracle in His holy presence right now. Your silent prayers are being answered with the laughter of total peace. Let the presence of the King settle every storm in your spirit today. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, after I am worn out, and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure? Then the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Will I really have a child now that I am old today?' Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son." Sarah was afraid, so she lied and said, "I did not laugh." But he said, "Yes, you did laugh tonight." When the men got up to leave, they looked down towards Sodom, and Abraham walked along with them to see them on their way. Then the Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do here now? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all nations on earth will be blessed through him. For I have chosen him so that he will direct his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord tonight." Then the Lord said, "The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great, and their sin so grievous, that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know now." The men turned away and went toward Sodom, but Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham approached him and said, "Will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked today?" The two angels arrived at Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. "Tonight here, my lords," he said, "please turn aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night and then go on your way early now." "No," they answered. "We will spend the night in the square today, here now." But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him and entered his house today. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom surrounded the house. They called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us." Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing now." But the men outside became violent and tried to break down the door of the house. Then the men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and struck the ones outside with blindness today. The Lord knows how to rescue the godly from every trial tonight now. He is sending his messengers to pull you away from the noise of the world. Your home is a sanctuary where the light of God blinds every dark shadow. Rest in the hand that holds the door shut against every worry and fear today. You are chosen to be safe while the world outside finds its own path now. The two men said to Lot, "Do you have anyone else here? Sons-in-law, sons or daughters, or anyone else? Get them out of here, because we are going to destroy this place today." So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, but they thought he was joking in this night. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Hurry, take your wife and your two daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished now here." When he hesitated, the men grasped his hand. They grasped the hands of his wife and his two daughters and led them safely out of the city, for the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, "Flee for your lives! Don't look back, and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away tonight now." But Lot said to them, "No, my lords, please. Your servant has found favor in your eyes, but I cannot flee to the mountain. Look, here is a small town near enough to run to." By the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah, from the Lord out of the heavens tonight now. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those living in the cities today. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt under the heavy sky. Early the next morning Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him today here. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, "God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." The sun of righteousness is rising over your life to bring a new day now. What God has promised, He is fully powerful to perform in your heart today. Your season of waiting is ending, and the laughter of peace is beginning now. He visits your home not with judgment, but with the fulfillment of grace here. Rest in the joy of a Father who keeps His word across every generation today. Abraham was very distressed because of Ishmael, but God said to him, "Do not be so distressed about the boy and your slave woman. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned tonight." Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar today. He set them on her shoulders and then sent her off with the boy in this quiet room now. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, she put the boy under one of the bushes tonight. Then she went off and sat down about a bowshot away, for she thought, "I cannot watch the boy die." And as she sat there, she began to sob under the star. God heard the boy crying, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there. Lift the boy up and take him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the desert and became an archer tonight here. Sleep in the peace of the God who sees. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, "Abraham, here I am." He replied. Then God said, "Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain. I will show you." Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. Today, here now. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, "Stay here with the donkey, while I and the boy go over there. We will worship, and then we will come back to you." Abraham took the wood, and Isaac carried it. He himself carried the fire tonight. The Lord sees the mountain you are climbing today, and He has already prepared the miracle. He is bringing deep rest to your soul, because He provides exactly what you need now. You don't need to carry the weight of the sacrifice alone in this very quiet room. Rest in the provision of the Father who knows your heart and your silent prayers today. Sleep in the assurance that His hand will always provide the way of peace and life. Abraham took the wood and Isaac carried it. He himself carried the fire and the knife today. As they went along together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, "Father, yes, my son." Abraham replied, "The fire and wood are here." Isaac said, "But where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son." And the 2 of them went on together today. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from Abraham. "Abraham, here I am," he replied. "Do not lay a hand on the boy," he said, "for now I know that you fear God today." Abraham was now very old and well advanced in years, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. He said to the senior servant in his household, the one in charge of all, that he had put your hand under my thigh, "I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from daughters now, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac." The servant asked him, "What if the woman is unwilling to come back with me to this land? Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from?" Make sure that you do not take my son back there, Abraham, said the Lord, the God of heaven, will guide your way tonight here. The same God who guided the servant is guiding every detail of your future tonight. You can release the need to control everything because the Master is preparing the path. He is bringing the right people and the right peace into your life in this silence now. Rest in the providence that works in secret to bring fulfillment to His holy promises today. Sleep now because the Father has already gone ahead of you to make the way smooth. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and left, taking with him all kinds of good things from his master. He made his way to Aram Naharaim, and near the town of Nahor he made the camels kneel down near the well. Outside the town it was toward evening, the time the women go out to draw water. Then he prayed, Lord God of Master Abraham, today, now. Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was very beautiful, a virgin no man had ever known her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. The servant hurried to meet her and said, Please give me a little water from your jar, drink, my lord, she said, and quickly lowered her jar to his hands. Tonight here. Abraham took another wife whose name was Keturah, and she bore him many sons. But Abraham left everything he owned to Isaac while he was still living today. He gave gifts to the sons of his concubines and sent them away from his son Isaac to the land of the east during his life now. Abraham lived 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last and died at a good old age, an old man and full of years here. He was gathered to his people, his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah near Mamre in the field of Ephron tonight. The Father is watching over your legacy and your entire household throughout this night. Just as he blessed Isaac after Abraham, he is pouring fresh blessings on you now. You do not need to strive for your position because God is your holy provider. Let the noise of the world's competition fade into His perfect and divine silence. Sleep in the assurance that your life is part of a greater and eternal plan. Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean from Paddan Aram, and sister of Laban the Aramean in those days. Here now. Isaac prayed to the Lord on behalf of his wife because she was childless. The Lord answered his prayer, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant with twins today. The babies jostled each other within her, and she said, Why is this happening to me? So she went to inquire of the Lord about the future now. The Lord said to her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you will be separated. One will be stronger than other. Every struggle within your mind is being stilled by the Prince of Peace tonight. The Lord hears your prayers for the impossible, just as He heard Isaac then. You can rest because the Almighty is the one who handles the heavy future. Your room is filled with the comfort of a God who answers in His time. Trust in the quiet rhythm of His grace as you surrender to a deep sleep. When the time came for her to give birth, there were indeed twin boys in her womb. The first to come out was red, and his body tonight was like a hairy garment, so they named him Esau. After him his brother came out with his hand grasping Esau's heel, so he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them. The boys grew up, and Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country today. But Jacob was a content man, staying among the tents. Isaac, who had a taste for wild game, loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob now. Now there was a famine in the land besides the previous famine in Abraham's time. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, in Gerar now. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, Do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I tell you to live. Stay in this land. For a while, and I will be with you and will bless you, for to you and your descendants I will give all these lands today now. I will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham, and I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the quiet sky. The Lord is your shield even when you feel vulnerable in a strange place now. He is protecting your peace and your family from every hidden and dark threat. You can stand still because the Creator is the one who goes before you today. The famine of the world cannot touch the abundance of His holy and pure grace. Rest in the shadow of the Almighty, where you are forever safe and very loved. Isaac planted crops in that land, and the same year reaped 100-fold. Because the Lord blessed him, the man became rich, and his wealth grew. He had so many flocks and herds and servants that the Philistines envied him, so all the wells that his father's servants had dug today. In the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up filling them with earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Move away from us tonight here. You have become too powerful for us." So Isaac moved away from there and encamped in the valley of Gerar, where he settled in total peace. God is reopening the wells of peace that the enemy tried to stop today now. His blessing follows you wherever you go, even in the middle of this night. You are entering a spacious place of rest where there is no more room. The Father is multiplying your inner strength while you are resting in His arms. Sleep now in the quiet valley of His presence, where living water flows freely. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug in the time of his father Abraham, which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died, and today he gave them the same names his father had given them. Isaac's servants dug in the valley and discovered a well of fresh water there tonight now. But the herders of Gerar quarreled with those of Isaac and said, "The water is ours." So he named the well Esek, because they disputed. Then they dug another well, but they quarreled over that one also. So he named it Sitnah. In this quiet and very holy night, he moved on from there and dug another well, and no one quarreled over it. He named it Rehoboth, saying, "Now the Lord has given space. We will flourish in the land from there." He went up to Beersheba that night. The Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God today. I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you and increase your numbers now." Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. He pitched his tent there, and there his servants dug a well. When Isaac was old and his eyes were so weak he could no longer see, he called for Esau, his older son, and said to him, "My son, here I am," he answered. Isaac said, "I am now an old man and do not know the day of my death. Now then, get your equipment, your quiver and bow, and go out to the open country to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare me the kind of tasty food I like and bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessing before I die tonight, today, here." Now Rebekah was listening as Isaac spoke to his son Esau, when Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back. Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Look, I heard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and prepare me some tasty food to eat, so that I may give you my blessing in the presence of the Lord before I die.' Now my son, listen carefully and do what I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, so I can prepare food." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, while I have smooth skin. What if my father touches me? I would appear to be tricking him and would bring down a curse on myself rather than a blessing." His mother said to him, "My son, let the curse fall on me. Just do what I say. Go and get them for me. The Lord is covering your vulnerabilities with His mantle of grace tonight, here. You do not need to be perfect to receive the inheritance of peace now, today." Then Isaac said to his son Jacob, "Come near and kiss me, my son." So he went to him and kissed him. When Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he blessed him and said, Ah, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you heaven's dew and earth's richness, an abundance of grain and new wine. May nations serve you, and peoples bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you in this room. After Isaac finished blessing him and Jacob had scarcely left his father's presence, his brother Esau came in from hunting. He too prepared some tasty food and brought it to his father. Isaac was trembling violently when he realized what had happened, but the blessing remained firm in the hands of the Creator. Today God has spoken a blessing over your life that no human scheme can ever take away. Your future is settled in the hands of the one who keeps his word forever. Sleep now. Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. When he reached a certain place, he stopped for the night, because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it there. Above it stood the Lord. And he said, I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham. Today now, I am the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. All peoples on earth will be blessed. Through you and your offspring, heaven is leaning down to touch your room with its light in this side. The angels of God are patrolling the space around your bed while you rest deeply now. I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised. When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he thought, surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it. He was afraid and said, how awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven. Tonight, early the next morning, Jacob took the stone he had under head today. The Lord is in this very place, and his presence is enough to calm. You are never truly alone, because the gate of heaven is always open for you. Let the awareness of his nearness be the pillow where you rest your weary head. Your room has become a sanctuary where the King of Kings keeps watch tonight. Every anxiety is now dissolving in the warmth of his holy and eternal light now. Jacob took the stone he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it. He called that place Bethel, though the city used to be called Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, if God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I am taking, and will give me food to eat and clothes to wear, so that I return safely to my father's household, then the Lord will be my God, and this stone will be God's house tonight. Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples, where he saw a well in the open country with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were watered from that well today. The stone over the mouth of the well was large, and when all the flocks were gathered, there the shepherds would roll the stone away to water the sheep, then return. While Jacob was still speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess, and Jacob helped her water the flock now here today. The Lord is preparing divine encounters for you, even in the middle of your longest journey today. Jacob stayed with his uncle Laban and worked for him out of love for Rachel, saying, I will work for you 7 years in return for your younger daughter Rachel tonight here. The 7 years seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her, but when the time came, Laban deceived him and gave him Leah instead of Rachel today. Laban said, it is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one finish this bridal week, and I will give you the other one in return for work. Even when people try to deceive you, the Father's plan for your happiness remains perfectly intact now. Jacob loved Rachel more than Leah, and he worked for Laban another 7 years. The Lord saw that Leah was not loved, and he enabled her to conceive, but Rachel remained childless today. Leah gave birth to sons and said, "It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now." And she named them Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. In the course of time, God also remembered Rachel. He listened to her and enabled her to conceive. She gave birth to a son and said, "God has taken away my shame," and named him Joseph. God sees the quiet hurts of your heart, and he is opening doors of joy in your life tonight. Jacob's wealth increased greatly, and he acquired large flocks and female and male servants and camels and donkeys, while Laban's sons began to grumble against him in this quiet night. And the Lord said to Jacob, "Go back to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you." So Jacob sent word to Rachel and Leah today. Jacob said to them, "I see that your father's attitude toward me is not what it was before, but the God of my father has been with me and has protected my wages and life. The presence of the Almighty is your constant shield against the envy and the noise of the world." Jacob fled secretly with all he had and crossed the Euphrates River, heading for the hill country of Gilead. Laban pursued him, but God warned Laban in a dream tonight, hear now. God said to Laban, "Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad." So they made a covenant of peace at Mizpah, saying, "May the Lord keep watch today. May the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other." So Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him in a place he called Mahanaim. You can rest because God is setting boundaries of peace around your life and your family. Now, Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau. In the land of Seir, the country of Edom, he instructed them to say, "Your servant Jacob says tonight, hear now. I have been staying with Laban and have remained there until now. I have cattle and donkeys, sheep and servants, and I am sending this message to find favor today." When the messengers returned, they said, "We went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you with 400 men." So Jacob was in great fear and distress now. He divided the people who were with him and the flocks and herds into 2 groups, thinking, if Esau attacks one group, the other may escape in this quiet silence today. The Father is making a way for you even when your past seems to be catching up with you now. Then Jacob prayed, "O God of my father Abraham, God of my father Isaac, Lord, you who said to me, 'Go back to your country, and I will make you prosper today.' I am unworthy of all the kindness and faithfulness you have shown your servant. I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become 2 camps now. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am afraid he will come and attack me, and also the mothers with their children tonight, here, now, today. But you have said, I will surely make you prosper, and will make your descendants like the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted for its great and holy multitude." Your vulnerability is the perfect place for the strength of God to manifest in your life today. That night, Jacob got up and took his 2 wives, his 2 female servants, and his 11 sons, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok, leaving him all alone tonight, here now. So Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip. The socket of Jacob's hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man. Then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go here. I will not let you go unless you bless me." The man asked him, "What is your name, Jacob?" He answered. Then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob now, In the middle of your inner struggle, the king is preparing to give you a new and powerful identity. The man said you will be called Israel because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome. Jacob said, "Please tell me your name." But he replied, "Now, why do you ask my name?" Then he blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, "It is because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared to death." The sun rose above him as he passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore to this day the Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the hip. Jacob looked up, and there was Esau coming with his 400 men. He divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 servants, and bowed down to the ground. Today, the sun is rising over your life to signal that the season of struggle has turned into victory. Esau ran to meet Jacob and embraced him. He threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they both wept in the silence of that holy reunion. Tonight, here, now. Esau looked up and saw the women and children, and asked, "Who are these with you?" Jacob answered, "They are the children God has graciously given your servant. Today, now." Esau said, "I already have plenty. My brother, keep what you have for yourself." But Jacob insisted, "Please, if I have found favor in your eyes, accept this gift from me now. For to see your face is like seeing the face of God, now that you have received me favorably." So Esau returned that day, and Jacob settled in Succoth in peace. Rest in the reconciliation that God has already worked out for your heart and your future today. Jacob lived in the land where his father had stayed, the land of Canaan. This is the account of Jacob's family. Joseph, a young man of 17, was tending the flocks with his brothers, the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah. Joseph brought their father a bad report about them. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons, because he had been born to him in his old age. Israel made an ornate robe for him. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a word. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him more. He said, "Listen to this dream. We were binding sheaves out in the field. Suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright while your sheaves bowed to me. The Father is weaving a beautiful tapestry out of your life even tonight. No human opposition can stop the divine dreams God has placed in your soul. You are chosen and highly favored, protected by His invisible and mighty hand. Rest in the knowledge that your destiny is secure in the heart of the Creator. Sleep now, for the one who gave you the vision is faithful to complete." Then he had another dream. "Listen," he said, "I had another dream, and the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." When he told his father rebuked him. "Will your mother and I and your brothers actually bow down before?" His brothers were jealous, but his father kept the matter in mind. Joseph went to check on his brothers in Shechem. A man found him and said, "Your brothers have moved on to..." Joseph went after them, and they saw him from a distance. They plotted to kill him, saying, "Here comes that dream." They stripped him of his ornate robe. They threw him into an empty cistern where there was no water. Later they sold him to Ishmaelite merchants, who took him down into Egypt today. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt. Potiphar bought him from the Ishmaelites, who had taken him there. The Lord was with Joseph so that he prospered, and he lived in the house of his master. When his master saw that the Lord was with him and gave success in everything, he found favor. Potiphar put him in charge of everything he owned tonight now. After a while his master's wife said, "Come to bed with me." But he refused. "With me in charge," he told her, "my master does not consent." But she kept calling him day after day, yet he refused to be with her now. One day she caught him by his cloak, but he ran out of the house. When Potiphar returned, she told him this false story, and he was angry. God is with you in the middle of the pit and in the middle of the palace now. The Lord is prospering your soul even when you feel forgotten by the world today. His presence is the light that guides you through the darkest and loneliest hours. You are not defined by the lies told about you, but by the truth of His love now. Rest in the integrity that comes from knowing the Father is watching over you. Potiphar's master took him and put him in prison where the king's prisoners were confined. But while Joseph was there, the Lord was with him today. The warden put Joseph in charge of all those held in the prison now. The warden paid no attention to anything because the Lord was with him. Sometime later, the cupbearer and the baker of the king were in. Each of the two men had a dream the same night with its own. When Joseph came to them, he saw that they were dejected and sad here. Joseph said, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dream." He interpreted their visions. One was restored and one was executed today. But the cupbearer did not remember Joseph. He forgot him for 2 years. Pharaoh had a dream. 2 years later he stood by the Nile, and 7 cows, fat and sleek, came up out of the river. But then 7 other cows, gaunt and thin, ate them up. Pharaoh woke up, then fell asleep again and dreamed of 7 heads of grain, healthy and good growing on a single stalk. But then 7 thin heads sprouted and swallowed up the 7 healthy heads. Now Pharaoh was very troubled, so he sent for all the magicians and wise to. Pharaoh told his dream to Joseph, who said to him, "The dreams of Pharaoh are one and the same. God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. Soon the 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. Then 7 years of famine will follow, that will ravage the land today. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man and put him in charge of the land of Egypt to save and protect now." The timing of God is perfect, and He is orchestrating your victory tonight. The same Spirit that gave wisdom to Joseph is dwelling within you now. Your years of silence and waiting are turning into a season of high honor. He is preparing a table for you in the presence of your greatest trials. Rest in the promotion that comes only from the hand of the living God. So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you are. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you." So Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck today, in total peace now. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. The land produced plentifully, and Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain like the sand of the sea. So much that he stopped keeping records because it was beyond measure. Then the 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end, and famine began in peace. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you just keep looking at each other? I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, so that we may live and not die." Then 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt, but Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with the others, because he was afraid that harm might come to him in this long and difficult journey now. Now Joseph was the governor of the land, the person who sold grain to all its people. So when Joseph's brothers arrived, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. Although Joseph recognized his brothers, they did not recognize him. Then he remembered his dreams about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see where our land is unprotected." But they replied, "No, my lord, your servants have only come to buy food for family. Your family is in the hands of the great restorer of all broken things now. The God of Jacob is watching over your household even in times of lack. He is bringing reconciliation where there was once only pain and distance. You can sleep because the Father is healing the roots of your story today. Trust in the providence that provides more than enough for your quiet soul. They said, "We, your servants, were 12 brothers, the sons of one man who lives in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, and one is no more." Joseph said to them, "It is just as I finished telling you, you are spies." And he put them all in custody for 3 days. Then he said to them, "Do this, and you will live, for I fear God if you are honest men. Let one of your brothers stay here in prison, while the rest go and take grain back today." They said to one another, "Surely we are being punished because of our brother. We saw how distressed he was when he pleaded with us for his life, but we would not listen. That is why this distress has come on us." Joseph turned away from them and began to weep, but then he faced them again and had Simeon taken from them and bound before their eyes. Then he gave orders to fill their bags with grain and put each man's silver back in his sack tonight. They went back to Jacob and told him everything that had happened. And when the grain was finished, Jacob said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." Judah said to him, "We cannot go unless our brother Benjamin is with us, for the man warned us strictly, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.'" So Israel said, "Take some of the best products of the land in your bags as a gift for the man, and may God Almighty grant you mercy." Joseph gave orders to his steward to fill the men's sacks with as much food as they could carry, and to put each man's silver back in his sack. Then he said, "Put my cup, the silver one, in the mouth of the youngest one's sack, along with the silver for his grain." So the steward did today as Joseph said. As morning dawned, the men were sent on their way with their donkeys. They had not gone very far now. Joseph said to his steward, "Go after those men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid good with evil? Isn't this the cup my master drinks from and also uses for divination? This is a wicked thing you have done." So he caught up with them and repeated these words to them. But they said, "Why does my lord say such things? Far be it from your servants to do such a thing today. The Father is refining your heart through every difficult season tonight now. His tests are always leading you to a greater and holy revelation of grace today. You can rest because the one who knows your integrity is your protector now. Every hidden thing is being brought into the light of his perfect and total peace. Sleep in the comfort of a love that tested you only to bless you more here." They opened their sacks, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they all fell to the ground in distress and returned to the city. Judah said, "What can we say to my lord? How can we prove our innocence? God has uncovered your servant's guilt. We are now my lord's slaves." But Joseph said, "Only the man who was found with the cup will be my slave. The rest of you go back to your father in total peace." Then Joseph could no longer control himself before all his attendants, and he cried out, "Make everyone leave my presence." So there was no one with Joseph when he made himself known to his brothers, and he wept so loudly that the Egyptians heard him. He said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still living?" But his brothers were not able to answer him because they were terrified at his presence tonight. So Israel set out with all that was his, and when he reached Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in a vision at night, and said, "Jacob, here I am." He replied, "I am the God of your father." He said, "Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there. I will go down to Egypt with you tonight, here now." Jacob left Beersheba, and Israel's sons took their father Jacob and their children and their wives in the wagons Pharaoh had sent for them. They also took with them their livestock and the possessions they had acquired in Canaan. And Jacob and all his offspring went to Egypt. He took with him to Egypt his sons and grandsons and his daughters and granddaughters, all his offspring, in this very quiet and holy night. The The presence of God is traveling with you into every new chapter today. He is going before you to prepare a place of abundance and total rest now. You do not need to fear the move or the change because He is with you. Your family is being gathered under the wings of His eternal and divine mercy. Sleep in the peace of a journey that is guided by the hand of the Almighty. Now Jacob sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph to get directions to Goshen when they arrived in the region of Goshen. Joseph had his chariot made ready and went to Goshen to meet his father Israel. As soon as Joseph appeared before him, he threw his arms around his father and wept. For a long time Israel said to Joseph, "Now I am ready to die, since I have seen for myself that you are still alive today." Joseph went and told Pharaoh, "My father and brothers, with their flocks and herds and everything they own, have come from the land of Canaan and are now in Goshen." He chose 5 of his brothers and presented them before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to them, "What is your occupation?" "Your servants are shepherds," they replied. "As our fathers were, so Pharaoh said to Joseph, 'Let them settle in the best part of the land in total peace.'" Sometime later, Joseph was told, "Your father is ill," so he took his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, with him to see Israel. Israel rallied his strength and sat up on his bed and said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in Canaan. He blessed me and said He would make me fruitful and would give this land as an everlasting possession to your offspring. Now then, your 2 sons, born to you in Egypt before I came, are to be reckoned as mine. They are mine today." Israel saw the sons of Joseph and asked, "Who are these?" "They are the sons God has given me here," Joseph replied. Then Israel said, "Bring them to me, so I may bless them." Now Israel's eyes were failing because of his great age tonight. Joseph brought them near, and Israel kissed them and embraced them and said, "I never expected to see your face again now. God has allowed me to see your children too." Joseph removed them from his knees and bowed out of respect in this room. Israel reached out his right hand and put it on Ephraim's head, though he was younger, and his left on Manasseh today. He blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my fathers walked bless these boys and let them grow into a holy nation. The Father's blessing is resting upon your children and your entire home tonight, now." Even when human strength fails, His grace remains more than enough for you today. You are part of a sacred lineage that the Creator continues to protect and guide. Rest in the deep wisdom of the one who orchestrates every detail of your life. Sleep now in the perfect peace of a soul that is truly and eternally blessed. Jacob called for his sons and said, "Gather around so I can tell you what will happen to you in days to come. Tonight, Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the first sign of my strength, but you will no longer excel in this life. Judah, your brothers will praise you. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies, and your father's sons will bow now. The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until he to whom it belongs comes. He will tether his donkey to a vine, and his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine today." Jacob gave them these instructions: "I am about to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave today." The cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the land of Canaan, where Abraham and Sarah were buried in peace. There Isaac and Rebekah were buried, and there I buried Leah. The field and the cave were bought from the Hittites now. When Jacob had finished giving instructions to his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed and breathed his last breath. He was gathered to his people, while the presence of the Almighty filled the tent with a silence that was very holy. Joseph threw himself on his father and wept over him and kissed him. Then he directed the physicians to embalm his father. The Egyptians mourned for him 70 days, and when the days of mourning had passed, Joseph spoke to Pharaoh's court soon. My father made me swear an oath saying, I am about to die. Bury me in the tomb I dug for myself today. Now let me go up and bury my father, then I will return. So Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father. Joseph went up to bury his father, and all Pharaoh's officials and the dignitaries of Egypt went with him in peace. When they arrived at the threshing floor of Atad, they lamented loudly and bitterly, and Joseph observed a 7-day period. When the Canaanites saw the mourning, they said, The Egyptians are holding a solemn ceremony of mourning, and named the place. So Jacob's sons did as he had commanded them. They carried him to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave. After burying his father, Joseph returned to Egypt together with his brothers and all the others who had gone with him now. Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead and said, What if Joseph holds a grudge and pays us back today? Every promise God made to your heart will reach its full and glorious completion tonight, now. You do not need to fear the end of a chapter, because the Creator is your new beginning. The legacy of your faith and your rest is being written in the book of life tonight here. Peace is the final and holy word that God speaks over your entire long journey today now. Sleep in the absolute certainty that the sovereign Lord is watching over your future here. They sent word to Joseph saying, Your father left these instructions before he died. Say to Joseph, I ask you, forgive. Please forgive your brothers for the sins and the wrongs they committed in treating you so badly during that time here. Now please forgive the sins of the servants of the God of your father. When their message came, Joseph wept tonight. His brothers then came and threw themselves down before him. We are your slaves, they said. But Joseph said, Don't fear. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to save many lives today. So then don't be afraid, I will provide for you and your children. And he reassured them and spoke kindly to them. Joseph stayed in Egypt along with all his father's family, and he lived 110 years in total peace now. He saw the third generation of Ephraim's children, and the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, were placed on his knees today. Then Joseph said to his brothers, I am about to die, but God will surely come to your aid and take you up. He made them swear an oath, and Joseph died, and they placed him in a coffin in Egypt under God's care. Welcome back to Faith Rest, your quiet sanctuary for tonight here. You have carried the weight of the world all day long. Now is the time to let go and breathe slowly today. The shepherd of Israel is standing guard over your room now. The Father is turning your heavy burdens into holy rest. As we begin the journey through the book of Exodus tonight, remember that the same God who heard the cries is here. He hears every whisper of your heart in this dark hour. You are not alone in the desert of your many thoughts. His light is leading you to a place of total peace. The Creator is making a way where there seems to be no way. Your life is protected by the same power that divided the sea. Rest in the shadow of the Almighty who knows your name today. Every chain of anxiety is being broken by His powerful word, now. Sleep in the security of a Father who never leaves His children. These are the names of the sons of Israel who went now to Egypt with Jacob, each with his own family here today. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin too. Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher, all the descendants in peace. Of Jacob, numbered 70 in all, Joseph was already in Egypt. Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation died now. But the Israelites were exceedingly fruitful, and they multiplied here. They became extremely numerous, so that the land was filled today. Then a new king to whom Joseph meant nothing came now. He said to his people, Look, the Israelites are too many. So they put slave masters over them to oppress them today, with forced labor, and they built Pithom and Ramesses now here. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied now. They spread so the Egyptians came to dread the Israelites today. They worked them ruthlessly and made their lives very bitter. They made them work in brick and mortar and fields now. In all their hard labor, the Egyptians used them ruthlessly today. The king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives in peace, "When you help the Hebrew women in childbirth tonight here, if it is a boy, kill him, but if a girl, live. God is shielding you from the storms that feel too loud. The intentions of the enemy will not prevail over your life. You are safe because the Almighty is your constant guard now." He is raising up a new season of deliverance in your soul. Sleep deeply while the Father works out his perfect plan today. But the midwives feared God and did not do what the king had told them to do, but they let the boys live tonight. Then the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and asked, "Now, why have you done this and let the boys live today?" The midwives answered, "The Hebrew women are vigorous and healthy now." So God was kind to the midwives, and the people increased, and they became even more numerous in the land tonight here. And because the midwives feared God, he gave them families now. Then Pharaoh gave this order to all his people, "Today now, every Hebrew boy that is born you must throw into Nile." Our man from the house of Levi married a Levite woman, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. When she saw that he was a fine child, she hid him for 3 months today. But when she could hide him no longer, she got a papyrus basket for him and coated it with tar and pitch. Then she placed the child in it and put it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him in this quiet place now. Then Pharaoh's daughter went down to the Nile to bathe, and her attendants were walking along the riverbank tonight. She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her female slave to get it for her now here. She opened it and saw the baby. He was crying, and she felt sorry for him tonight in peace. "This is one of the Hebrew babies," she said. Then his sister asked if she should get a nurse. Pharaoh's daughter said yes, and the girl went and got the baby's mother to care for him. The Father is watching over what you have placed in his hands during this night now. Even in the current of the river, his hand is navigating your absolute safety today. You are a treasure hidden by grace and found by his divine and very pure love. No decree of the world can touch the holy purpose that God has for your life now. Rest in the silence of a God who provides exactly what you need in this hour here. When the child grew older, she took him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son today, here, now. She named him Moses, saying, "I drew him out of the water in this quiet and holy night." One day, after Moses had grown up, he went out to where his own people were and watched. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew one of his own people, and he killed the Egyptian today. When Pharaoh heard of this, he tried to kill Moses, but Moses fled and went to Midian. Moses sat down by a well, and the 7 daughters of a priest of Midian came to draw. Some shepherds came along and drove them away, but Moses got up and came to their rescue now. He watered their flock, and their father Reuel asked why they returned so early tonight here today. Moses was content to stay with the man who gave his daughter Zipporah to him in marriage. She gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom, for he was a foreigner here. Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, tonight now. He led the flock to the far side of the wilderness and came to Horeb tonight. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses saw that though the bush was on fire, it did not burn up today now. So Moses thought, "I will go over and see this strange sight, why it remains." When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him today, "Moses, Moses," and Moses said here, "I am, do not come any closer." God said now, "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground here." Then he said, "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham and Isaac." At this, Moses hid his face because he was afraid to look at God. The Lord is calling you by your name in the middle of this dark night. This room where you rest is now holy ground filled with his presence here. His fire does not consume you, but it warms your heart with fresh hope. You don't need to be enough, because the great I Am is with you today. Sleep in the warmth of the light that never fades and never goes out. The Lord said, I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt tonight here. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned now. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians today now, to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land in peace. A land flowing with milk and honey, the home of several nations in this place. So now go, I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people out today, now. But Moses said to God, Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh in this night? And God said, I will be with you, and this will be the sign today here. When you have brought the people out, you will worship God on this mountain now. Moses said, Suppose I go to the Israelites, and they ask, What is his name? God said to Moses, I am who I am, this is what you are to say. I am has sent me to you. God also said to Moses, Say to Israelites, The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, tonight, he has sent me to you. This is my name, forever the name, today now. You shall call me from generation to generation in total and perfect peace now. The Lord said to Moses, See, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. You are to say everything I command you, and your brother Aaron is to tell Pharaoh to let the Israelites go out of his country. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and though I multiply my signs and wonders in Egypt, he will not listen to you tonight, here, now. Then I will lay my hand on Egypt, and with mighty acts of judgment I will bring out my divisions. My people, the Israelites, and the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand against Egypt and bring the Israelites out of it. Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord commanded them. Moses was 80 years old and Aaron 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh in peace. The same hand that brought judgment on Egypt is holding you safe tonight. No shadow or storm can enter the sanctuary of peace he has built for you. The Lord is distinguishing between the noise of the world and your quiet rest. His power is your defense, and his light is your constant and holy guide today. Sleep in the security that the King of Kings is fighting your battles right now. The Lord brought plagues upon the land of Egypt, turning the waters of the Nile into blood so that the fish died, and the river smelled so bad the Egyptians could not drink its water. Then came frogs that covered the entire land, and gnats that settled on people and animals alike, and swarms of flies poured into Pharaoh's palace and the houses of all his officials tonight in this place now. But on that day I will deal differently with the land of Goshen where my people live. No swarms of flies will be there, so that you may know that I, the Lord, am in this land. I will make a distinction between my people and your people. And there was a terrible plague on livestock, and boils on people, and hail and locusts, and a darkness that could be felt today now. Now the Lord had said to Moses, I will bring one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. After that he will let you go from here. And when he does, he will drive you out completely. Tell the people that men and women alike are to ask their neighbors for articles of silver and gold. The Lord made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people tonight, here, now, today. At midnight, I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn son in Egypt will die, from the firstborn son of Pharaoh, who sits on the throne, to the firstborn son of the female slave who is at her handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle as well. There will be loud wailing throughout Egypt, worse than there has ever been or ever will be, but among Israelites no dog will bark today. The blood of the Lamb is the seal of absolute protection over your home tonight. The destroyer must pass over because you are marked by the grace of the Father. A great deliverance is happening in your life while you rest in his loving arms. The chains of the past are falling away as the morning of your freedom approaches. Rest in the silence of a God who watches over your house and all your loved ones. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "This month is to be for you the first month of your year. Tell the whole community of Israel that on the 10th day of this month each man is to take a lamb for his family, one for each household. The animals you choose must be year-old males without defect, and you must take care of them until the 14th day of the month tonight here. Then all the members of the community of Israel must slaughter them at twilight and take some of the blood and put it on the sides and tops of the doorframes of the houses where they eat the lambs. That same night they are to eat the meat roasted over the fire. On that same night I will pass through Egypt and strike down every firstborn, but the blood will be a sign now." After Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them on the road through the Philistine country, though that was shorter, for God said if they face war, they might change their minds and return to Egypt. So God led the people around by the desert road toward the Red Sea. The Israelites went up out of Egypt, ready for battle. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, because Joseph had made the sons of Israel swear an oath, saying, "God will surely come to your aid tonight, now, here, today." After leaving Sukkoth, they camped at Etham on the edge of the desert. By day the Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to guide them on their way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, so that they could travel by day or night. Neither the pillar of cloud by day nor the pillar of fire by night left its place in front of the people tonight, here now in this quiet room today. The Lord said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites to turn back and encamp near Pi-hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea today, now. The same pillar of fire that guided them is warming your heart and your home tonight. You do not need to fear the dark, because the light of the world is standing before you. The Father is directing your steps, even when the path ahead looks like a lonely desert. His presence is a constant shield that never leaves its place in front of your quiet soul. Sleep in the warmth of his holy protection while he lights up the way for your tomorrow. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his officials changed their minds about the people and said, "What have we done? We have let the Israelites go and have lost their services." So he had his chariot made ready and took his army with him. He took 600 of the best chariots, along with all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. The Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, so that he pursued the Israelites who were marching out boldly today, here, now. The Egyptians all, Pharaoh's horses and chariots, horsemen and troops, pursued the Israelites and overtook them as they camped by the sea. As Pharaoh approached, the Israelites looked up, and there were the Egyptians marching after them. They were terrified and cried out to the Lord. They said to Moses, "Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us to the desert to die? What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt? Didn't we say to you, 'In Egypt, leave us alone now'?" Moses answered the people, "Do not be afraid, stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on. Raise your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water, so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground tonight, now, here." Then the angel of God, who had been traveling in front of Israel's army, withdrew and went behind them. The pillar of cloud also moved from in front and stood behind them, coming between the armies of Egypt and Israel. Throughout the night the cloud brought darkness to the one side and light to the other side, so neither went near the other all night long. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind today. The Lord is fighting your battles while you remain in absolute and total silence now. He has placed a pillar of protection between you and every worry of this long day today. The waters that look like a barrier are becoming the path to your great and holy freedom. You can rest because the Master of the winds is holding back the storm for your sake here. Sleep in the quiet victory of knowing that your enemies will be seen no more tonight now. The waters were divided, and the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground with a wall of water on their right, and on their left the Egyptians pursued them, and all Pharaoh's horses and chariots and horsemen followed them into the sea. During the last watch of the night, the Lord looked down from the pillar of fire and cloud at the Egyptian army and threw it into confusion. He jammed the wheels of their chariots so that they had difficulty driving today here now. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the sea so that the waters may flow back over the Egyptians and their chariots and horsemen." Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and at daybreak the sea went back to its place. The water flowed back and covered the chariots and horsemen. The entire army of Pharaoh that had followed the Israelites into the sea, not one of them survived, but the Israelites walked through the sea on dry ground tonight in peace. Moses and the Israelites sang this song to the Lord. "I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Both horse and driver he has hurled into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my defense. He has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him, my Father's God, and I will exalt him here today in this place now. Your right hand, Lord, was majestic in power. Your right hand, Lord, shattered the enemy. In the greatness of your majesty, you threw down those who opposed you. You unleashed your burning anger. It consumed them like stubble. By the blast of your nostrils, the waters piled up. The surging waters stood up like a wall. The deep waters congealed in the heart of the sea tonight. The Lord is your strength and your holy defense in the middle of this dark night. He is leading you with his unfailing love to the place of his sacred dwelling now. The victory is already yours because the Almighty has triumphed over your fear. Every obstacle that stood in your way is being dissolved by his glorious power. Rest in the quiet joy of a Savior who has made a clear path for your peace today. Moses led Israel from the Red Sea, and they went into the desert of Shur. For 3 days they traveled in the desert without finding any water. When they came to Marah, they could not drink its water because it was bitter. So the people grumbled against Moses, saying, "What are we to drink?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a piece of wood today. He threw it into the water, and the water became fit to drink. There, the Lord issued a ruling and instruction for them and put them to test. He said, "If you listen carefully to the Lord your God and do what is right in his eyes, I will not bring on you any of the diseases I brought on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you." Then they came to Elim. The whole Israelite community set out from Elim and came to the desert of Sin. There in the desert, the whole community grumbled against Moses and Aaron. The Israelites said to them, "If only we had died by the Lord's hand in Egypt. There we sat around pots of meat and ate all the food we wanted. But you have brought us out into this desert to starve this entire assembly to death tonight now." Then the Lord said to Moses, "I will rain down bread from heaven for you. The people are to go out each day and gather enough for that day. In this way I will test them and see whether they will follow my instruction. On the 6th day they are to prepare what they bring in, and that is to be twice as much as they gather on the other days." So Moses and Aaron said to all today, "The Father is raining down fresh portions of peace for your soul tonight now. You do not need to worry about tomorrow because his provision is new every morning. He hears your silent cries for help, and he is sending exactly what you need. Your desert is becoming a place of divine encounter and supernatural supply today. Sleep in the abundance of His grace, which is more than enough for your heart. That evening, quail came and covered the camp. And in the morning, there was a layer of dew. When the dew was gone, thin flakes like frost on the ground appeared on the desert floor. When the Israelites saw it, they said to each other, "What is it?" For they did not know what it was. Moses said to them, "It is the bread the Lord has given you to eat here today, now." The people of Israel called the bread manna. It was white like coriander seed and tasted like wafers made with honey. Moses said, "This is what the Lord has commanded. Take an omer of manna and keep it for the generations to come, so they can see the bread I gave you to eat in the wilderness when I brought you out of Egypt." So Aaron put it in a jar tonight. The Israelites ate manna 40 years until they came to a land that was settled. They ate manna until they reached the border of Canaan. An omer is 1/10 of an ephah. The Lord watched over their hunger and their thirst, teaching them that they could trust in His hand every single day. Rest now in the same provision that never failed them through all those long and quiet desert nights today. The whole Israelite community set out from the desert of Sin, traveling from place to place as the Lord commanded. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. So they quarreled with Moses and said, "Nay, give us water to drink." Moses replied, "Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you put the Lord to the test today?" But the people were thirsty for water there, and they grumbled against Moses tonight in this place now. They said, "Why did you bring us up out of Egypt to make us and our children and livestock die of thirst in this desert now today here?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, "What am I to do with these people? They are almost ready to stone me tonight." The Lord answered Moses, "Go out in front of the people, take with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand the staff with which you struck the Nile, and go today, now. I will stand there before you by the rock at Horeb. Strike the rock, and water will come out of it, for the people to drink here in peace." So Moses did this in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the place Massah and Meribah because the Israelites quarreled, and because they tested the Lord tonight here. The Father is opening a fountain of living water in your dry places now. His strength is enough for you to win every battle without fighting today. The hand of the Almighty is holding you steady in this very quiet room. You can let go of the struggle because the Lord is your banner of victory. Rest in the stillness of a heart that is fully satisfied by His holy grace. The Amalekites came and attacked the Israelites at Rephidim. Moses said to Joshua, "Choose some of our men and go out to fight the Amalekites today. Tomorrow I will stand on top of the hill with the staff of God in my hands." So Joshua fought the Amalekites as Moses had ordered, and Moses, Aaron, and Hur went to the top of the hill today, here. As long as Moses held up his hands, the Israelites were winning, but whenever he lowered his hands, the Amalekites were winning tonight now. When Moses' hands grew tired, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it today, here, in peace. Aaron and Hur held his hands up, one on one side, one on the other, so that his hands remained steady till sunset. So Joshua overcame the Amalekite army with the sword in this quiet and holy night. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write this on a scroll as something to be remembered, and make sure that Joshua hears it today. I will completely erase the name of Amalek from under heaven." Moses built an altar and called it, "The Lord is my banner, today, now, here." He said, because hands were lifted up against the throne of the Lord will be at war against the Amalekites in peace. Now Jethro, the priest of Midian and father-in-law of Moses, heard of everything God had done for Moses and for his people Israel tonight. After Moses had sent away his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law Jethro received her and her 2 sons today. One son was named Gershom, for Moses said, "I have become a foreigner in a foreign land here." And the other was named Eliezer, for he said, "My father's God was my helper. He saved me from the sword of Pharaoh tonight." Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, together with Moses' sons and wife, came to him in the wilderness, where he was camped near the mountain of God today, here. Moses went out to meet his father-in-law and bowed down and kissed him. They greeted each other and then went into the tent, today, now, here. Moses told his father-in-law about everything the Lord had done to Pharaoh and the Egyptians for Israel's sake tonight. He told him about all the hardships they had met along the way and how the Lord had saved them. Jethro was delighted to hear about all the good things the Lord had done for Israel in rescuing them today. He said, "Hey, praise be to the Lord who rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians and of Pharaoh tonight, here now, today. The Spirit is giving you divine wisdom to rest from all your heavy labor. You were not meant to carry the weight of the whole world on your own. The Father is providing helpers and peace for your weary soul tonight. His advice is a lamp that simplifies your path and guards your rest today. Sleep in the security that God is managing your future with perfect love." The next day, Moses took his seat to serve as judge for the people, and they stood around him from morning till evening today. When his father-in-law saw all that Moses was doing for the people, he said, "What is this you are doing? Why do you alone sit as judge tonight?" Moses answered him, "Because the people come to me to seek God's will today, here now. Whenever they have a dispute, it is brought to me, and I decide between the parties and inform them of God's decree." Moses' father-in-law replied, "What you are doing is not good. You and these people will only wear yourselves out tonight now. Listen now to me, and I will give you some advice, and may God be with you. You must be the people's representative before God and bring their disputes to him today. Teach them his decrees and instructions, and show them the way they are to live and the duties they are to perform here. But select capable men from all the people, men who fear God, trustworthy men who hate dishonest gain today, now. Have them serve as judges over the people at all times." Moses listened to his father-in-law and did everything he said in this quiet night. Then Moses sent his father-in-law on his way in total peace today. On the first day of the 3rd month after the Israelites left Egypt, they came to the desert of Sinai, and they camped there in the desert in front of the mountain. Then Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain and said, "This is what you are to say to the descendants of Jacob, and what you are to tell the people of Israel. You yourselves have seen what I did to Egypt, and how I carried you on eagle's wings today, here now. Now if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possession. Although the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words you are to speak to the Israelites." So Moses went back and summoned the elders of the people and set before them all the words the Lord had commanded him to speak tonight in this quiet and very holy place, now, today. The Father is carrying you on eagle's wings far above every anxiety tonight now. You are his treasured possession, guarded by a love that never fails or sleeps. His presence is descending like a soft cloud to cover your home with deep peace. The boundaries he sets are not to restrict you, but to protect your quiet heart. Rest in the holiness of a God who invites you to be his own throughout this night. The Lord said to Moses, "Go to the people and consecrate them today, and tomorrow have them wash their clothes and be ready by the 3rd day, because on that day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people, put limits around the mountain, and tell the people, be careful that you do not approach the mountain or touch the foot of it. Whoever touches the mountain is to be put to death, but they must wait for the horn tonight. On the morning of the third day there was thunder and lightning with a thick cloud over the mountain and a very loud trumpet blast. Everyone in the camp trembled. Then Moses led the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was covered with smoke, because the Lord descended on it in fire. The smoke billowed up from it like smoke from a furnace, and the whole mountain trembled today, here now. And God spoke all these words, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents tonight now, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses his name. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, you or your family, in peace today. The laws of the Father are high walls of protection around your future today. He is leading you into a rhythm of rest that restores your weary and tired soul. You don't have to carry the weight of the world, because the Lord is your God. His commandments are a lamp of grace that guides you away from every shadow. Sleep in the peace of the covenant that promises mercy to 1,000 generations. Honor your father and your mother, so that you may live long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor today in this very quiet and holy night. When the people saw the thunder and lightning and heard the trumpet and saw the mountain in smoke, they trembled with fear. They stayed at a distance and said to Moses, Speak to us yourself, and we will listen, but do not have God speak to us, or we will die. Moses said to the people, Do not be afraid. God has come to test you, so that the fear of God will be with you to keep you from sinning. The people remained at a distance today now. These are the laws you are to set before them today now here. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go free without paying anything tonight. If a man hits a neighbor and the person dies, the transition is peace now. If you lend money to one of my people among you who is needy, do not treat it like a business deal or charge them interest today here. Do not mistreat or oppress a foreigner, for you were foreigners in Egypt yourself now. If you take your neighbor's cloak as a pledge, return it by sunset today, here now. Because that cloak is the only covering your neighbor has for the body tonight, here now. What else will they sleep in when they cry out to me? I will hear, for I am compassionate today. Do not pervert justice due to your poor in their lawsuits, or accept a bribe now. Have nothing to do with a false charge, and do not put an innocent or honest person to death today, here now. The Lord is your advocate, and he is defending your cause tonight now. His justice is a shield that surrounds your home and your quiet rest today. You can let go of every defense, because the Almighty is your protector now. He hears the silent cry of your heart and brings a restoration of total peace. Sleep in the certainty that the King of Kings is governing your life with love. Then the Lord said to Moses, Come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel tonight, here, now, today. You are to worship at a distance, but Moses alone is to approach the Lord tonight here. When Moses went and told the people all the Lord's words and laws, they responded today. With one voice they said, "Everything the Lord has said we will do in peace now." Moses then wrote down everything the Lord had said and built an altar tonight here. Moses took the book of the covenant and read it to the people tonight here now. They responded, "We will do everything the Lord has said we will obey today here." Then Moses, Nadab, Abihu, and the 70 elders went up and saw the God today. Under his feet was something like a pavement made of lapis lazuli, as bright blue as the sky. But God did not raise his hand against these leaders. They saw God and ate and drank now. The Father is inviting you to enter the mountain of his holy presence tonight. His glory is a canopy of light that covers your dreams and your soul now. You are invited to a table of peace where there is no more fear or shadow today. The covenant of grace is the firm ground where you can rest your weary head. Sleep in the radiance of a love that is as clear and deep as the eternal sky. The Lord said to Moses, "Come up to me on the mountain and stay here today now. I will give you the tablets of stone with the law and commandments I have written." Moses set out with Joshua his aide, and he went up on the mountain of God today. He said to the elders, "Wait here for us until we come back to you tonight here." When Moses went up, the cloud covered the mountain, and the glory of the Lord settled. For 6 days the cloud covered the mountain, and on the 7th day he called today. To the Israelites, the glory of the Lord looked like a consuming fire on top now. Then Moses entered the cloud as he went on up the mountain in this quiet night. And he stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights in the presence today. The silence of the mountain was the dwelling place of the Most High God tonight. Rest now in the same glory that surrounded Moses while the world was still today. You are safe in the middle of the cloud where the voice of God speaks only peace. The Lord said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites to bring me an offering. You are to receive the offering for me from everyone whose heart prompts them to give. These are the offerings you are to receive from them: gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and fine linen goat hair, ram skins dyed red, and another type of durable leather, acacia wood, olive oil, spices, and onyx stones today here. Have them make a sanctuary for me, and I will dwell among them. Make this tabernacle and all its furnishings exactly like the pattern I will show you. Have them make an ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Overlay it with pure gold, both inside and out, and make a gold molding around it tonight here, now, today. The Father is inviting you to build a sanctuary of peace within your heart tonight. His presence is not far away, but dwells in the very center of your quiet life now. You are being covered with the gold of His grace and the beauty of His holy love today. Every detail of your future is being crafted according to His perfect and divine path. Rest in the knowledge that the Almighty has chosen to make His home with you here. Place the atonement cover of pure gold on top of the ark, and put in the ark the tablets of the covenant law that I will give you there, above the cover between the 2 cherubim that are over the ark of the covenant law. I will meet with you and give you all my commands for the Israelites. Make a table of acacia wood and overlay it with pure gold tonight, here, in this place, now. Make a lampstand of pure gold and hammer it out base and shaft. Its flower-like cups, buds, and blossoms shall be of one piece with it. 6 branches are to extend from the sides of the lampstand, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. See that you make them according to the pattern shown you on the mountain, so the light will shine in the darkness tonight in total peace. Make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of finely twisted linen, and blue, purple and scarlet yarn with cherubim woven into them by a skilled worker. All the curtains are to be the same size, 28 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. Join 5 of the curtains together and do the same with the other 5. Make loops of blue material along the edge of the end curtain tonight. Make curtains of goat hair for the tent over the tabernacle, 11 curtains in all, and make the frames of acacia wood for the tabernacle standing upright. Each frame is to be 10 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide with 2 projections set parallel to each other. Make all the frames of the tabernacle in this way and construct the silver bases to go under them now here. The Lord is weaving a curtain of protection around your dreams and your home now. You are surrounded by the strength of the Almighty, which stands firm like holy frames. No wind or storm can shake the foundation of the peace He has established for you today. He is separating you from the noise of the world with walls of mercy and divine grace. Sleep in the security of a sanctuary that was built specifically for your eternal rest. Make a veil of blue, purple and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen with cherubim woven into it by a skilled worker. Hang it with gold hooks on 4 posts of acacia wood overlaid with gold, and standing on 4 silver bases, hang the veil from the clasps and place the Ark of the Covenant law behind the veil. The veil will separate the holy place from the most holy place now. Build an altar of acacia wood, 3 cubits high. It is to be square, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. Make a horn at each of the 4 corners, so that the horns and the altar are of one piece, and overlay the altar with bronze. Make all its utensils of bronze pots to remove the ashes, and shovels, sprinkling bowls, meat forks and fire pans tonight in this place in total peace. Have Aaron your brother brought to you from among the Israelites, along with his sons Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar, so they may serve me as priests. Make sacred garments for your brother Aaron, to give him dignity and honor. Tell all the skilled workers to whom I have given wisdom to make garments for Aaron for his consecration today, here, now. These are the garments. They are to make a breastpiece, an ephod, a robe, a woven tunic, a turban, and a sash. They are to make these sacred garments for your brother Aaron and his sons, so they may serve me as priests. Have them use gold and blue, purple and scarlet yarn and fine linen. They shall make the ephod of gold and of finely twisted linen tonight. The Father is clothing you tonight with a mantle of dignity and spiritual honor today. You are chosen to stand in His presence, protected by His very own holiness now. Just as the names were carried on the priest's shoulders, He carries your heavy burden. He is weaving a story of grace and beauty over your life during this very quiet night. Rest in the assurance that you are precious and beautifully arrayed in His holy eye. Make the breastpiece of decision a skilled work, like the work of the ephod. It is to be square and folded double mount, 4 rows of precious stones on it. The first row shall be carnelian, chrysolite, and beryl. The second row shall be turquoise, lapis, lazuli, and emerald. The third row, a jacinth and agate, and an amethyst, and the 4th row, a topaz and onyx today. There are to be 12 stones, 1 for each of the names of the sons of Israel. Whenever Aaron enters the holy place, he will bear the names of the sons of Israel over his heart on the breastpiece of decision as a continuing memorial before the Lord. Also put the Urim and the Thummim in the breastpiece, so they may be over Aaron's heart tonight, here now. Make the robe of the ephod entirely of blue cloth, with an opening for the head and a woven edge like a collar, so that it will not tear. Make pomegranates of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn around the hem. With gold bells between them, the sound of the bells will be heard when Aaron enters the sanctuary, so that he will not die while resting in total peace. Make an altar of acacia wood for burning incense. It is to be square, a cubit long and a cubit wide and 2 cubits high, its horns of one piece. With it overlay the top and all the sides, and the horns with pure gold, and make a gold moulding around it. Make 2 gold rings for the altar below the moulding to hold the poles used to carry it today. Aaron must burn fragrant incense on the altar every morning when he tends the lamps, and again when he lights the lamps at twilight, so incense will burn regularly before the Lord for the generations to come. Do not offer on this altar any other incense or any burnt offering or grain offering, and do not pour a drink offering on it once a year tonight in peace. Your prayers are rising to the throne of God like a fragrant and holy incense today. He hears every whisper of your heart while the world around you is completely still. The Father is tending the lamps of your soul so that his light never goes out now. There is a sweet aroma of peace filling your room and guarding all your dreams today. Rest in the knowledge that your voice is a joy to the Creator in this very silent hour. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Take fragrant spices, gum resin, onycha, and galbanum, and pure frankincense, all in equal amounts, and make a fragrant blend of incense, the work of a perfumer. It is to be salted and pure and sacred. Grind some of it to powder, and place it in front of the ark of the covenant law, in the tent of meeting, where I will meet with you tonight." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Take liquid myrrh, fragrant cinnamon, and fragrant cane and cassia, and olive oil. Make these into a sacred anointing oil, a fragrant blend. Use it to anoint the tent of meeting, the ark of the covenant law, the table and all its articles, the lampstand and its accessories, the altar of incense and the altar of burnt offering, in total peace now. You must anoint Aaron and his sons and consecrate them so they may serve me as priests. Say to the Israelites, this is to be my sacred anointing oil for the generations to come. This incense is most holy to the Lord, and you shall not make any for yourselves, using the same recipe, while you rest in the presence of the Most High God tonight, in total rest now." The Lord spoke to Moses, "See, I have chosen Bezalel son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, with knowledge, and with all kinds of skills, to make artistic designs for work in gold, silver, and bronze. Tonight, now here today, in this quiet and holy room for your total rest. To cut and set stones to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of crafts. Moreover, I have appointed Oholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, to help him. Also I have given ability to all the skilled workers to make everything I have commanded you, the tent of meeting, the ark, and the table tonight, in this place where your soul finds its sanctuary now, today. The Father is equipping you with everything you need for your holy purpose tonight. You are filled with His Spirit to bring beauty and peace into your home today. He is raising up helpers to support your journey while you rest in His arms. Your skills and your life are a gift being refined by the hand of the Creator. Sleep in the assurance that the Master of all wisdom is watching over you now. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, you must observe my Sabbaths. This will be a sign between me and you for the generations to come, so you may know that I am the Lord who makes you holy. Observe the Sabbath, because it is holy to you. Anyone who desecrates it is to be put to death tonight now, here in this room, as you let go of every heavy work today. For 6 days work is to be done, but the 7th day is a day of Sabbath rest holy to the Lord. The Israelites are to observe the Sabbath, celebrating it for the generations to come as a lasting covenant. It will be a sign between me and the Israelites forever. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth today, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. Now, when the people saw that Moses was so long in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said, "Come, make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him." Aaron answered them, "Take off the gold earrings and bring them here today, now in this quiet and holy room today." They took the gold, and Aaron fashioned it with a tool and made it into an idol cast in the shape of a calf. Then they said, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." When Aaron saw this, he built an altar and announced, "Tomorrow there will be a festival to the Lord." The people rose early and offered sacrifices tonight in the middle of the silence. The Lord is your anchor, even when you feel that the answers are being delayed now. You do not need to create your own security because the Father is your refuge. He is bringing you through the silence of the mountain into a new day of light. Let go of the need to see the way because His presence is enough for your soul. Rest in the faithfulness of a God who never leaves His place by your side today. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go down, because your people whom you brought up out of Egypt have become corrupt. They have been quick to turn away from what I commanded them, and have made themselves an idol cast in the shape of a calf. They have bowed down to it. I have seen these people, and they are a very stiff-necked people tonight here in this very calm place." Moses sought the favor of the Lord his God and said, "Lord, why should your anger burn against your people, whom you brought out of Egypt with great power? Turn from your fierce anger and remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to whom you swore by your own self." Then the Lord relented, and Moses went down the mountain today in peace with the tablets of stone. Now the Lord said to Moses, "Depart and go up from here, you and the people whom you have brought up out of the land of Egypt, to the land of which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying to your offspring, I will give it. I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, and the Jebusites. Go up to a land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go up among you, lest I consume you on the way, for you are a stiff-necked people tonight, here now." In this quiet room, Moses used to take the tent and pitch it outside the camp, far off from the camp, and he called it the tent of meeting, and everyone who sought the Lord would go out to the tent of meeting, which was outside the camp. Whenever Moses went out to the tent, all the people would rise up, and each would stand at his tent door and watch Moses until he had gone into the tent. When Moses entered the tent, the pillar of cloud would descend and stand at the entrance of the tent, and the Lord would with Moses face to face today, now, here, in total. The presence of the Father is the only place where your soul can find true and lasting rest tonight. He is speaking to you face to face as a friend, whispering peace into the noise of your mind now. The pillar of His glory is standing at the door of your heart to guard your dreams and your life. You do not need to move from this place of rest until His light goes before you to show the way. Sleep in the absolute certainty that the Almighty will never leave you or forsake you in this. Moses said to the Lord, "See, you say to me, bring up this people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found favor in my sight. Now therefore, if I have found favor in your sight, please show me now your ways, that I may know you in order to find favor in your sight." And the Lord said, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." Then Moses said to him, "If your presence does not go with me, do not bring us up from here tonight, here today, in this place. The Lord said to Moses, cut for yourself 2 tablets of stone like the first ones, and I will write on the tablets the words that were on the first tablets which you broke. Be ready by the morning, and come up in the morning to Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to me on the top of the mountain. No one shall come up with you, and let no one be seen. Throughout all the mountain, let no flocks or herds graze opposite that mountain. So Moses cut 2 tablets of stone and went up the mountain. In total and holy peace tonight now. Then the Lord descended in the cloud and stood there with him, and proclaimed the name of the Lord. He passed in front of Moses, proclaiming the Lord, the compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger, abounding in love and faithfulness, maintaining love to thousands, and forgiving wickedness, rebellion, and sin. Yet he does not leave the guilty, unpunished. Moses bowed to the ground at once and worshipped, saying, Lord, if I have found favor in your eyes, then let the Lord go with us. This is a stiff-necked people tonight, here now. The Lord said, I am making a covenant with you. Before all your people I will do wonders never before done in any nation in all the world. The people you live among will see how awesome is the work that I, the Lord, will do for you. Obey what I command you today, and watch out that you make no treaty with those who live in the land where you are going, for they will be a snare among you. Break down their altars and smash their sacred stones, for you shall worship no other God, for the Lord name is a jealous God now. Your heart is being transformed by the radiance of his holy and compassionate face tonight. The Creator is proclaiming his name over your home to silence every fear and every lie. He is abounding in love for you, forgiving your past and securing your quiet future now. You are a reflection of his light, and his grace is the glow that warms your spirit to rest in the wonders that he is working in the secret places of your soul while you sleep. It came to pass when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the covenant law in his hands, that he was not aware that his face was radiant, because he had spoken with the Lord. When Aaron and all the Israelites saw Moses, his face was so radiant that they were afraid to come near him. But Moses called to them, and he gave them all the commands the Lord had given him on Mount Sinai. When Moses finished speaking to them, he put a veil over his face, but whenever he entered Lord's presence to speak with him, he removed the veil until he came out today. Moses assembled the whole Israelite community and said to them, These are the things the Lord has commanded you to do. For 6 days work is to be done, but the 7th day shall be your holy day, a day of Sabbath, rest to the Lord. Whoever does any work on it is to be put to death. Do not light a fire in any of your dwellings on the Sabbath day. Then Moses said to the whole community, This is what the Lord has commanded from what you have taken offering for the Lord. Everyone who is to bring to the Lord an offering of gold and silver and bronze. All who were willing and whose hearts moved them came and brought an offering to the Lord, for the work on the tent of meeting, for all its service, and for the sacred garments. Both men and women came, all who were willing, brought gold jewelry of all kinds, brooches, earrings, rings, and ornaments. They all presented their gold as a wave offering to the Lord. Everyone who had blue, purple, or scarlet yarn, or fine linen, or goat hair, ram skins dyed red, or another type of durable leather. Them and the sanctuary of peace was built in total rest today. Now Bezalel and Aholiab and every skilled person in whom the Lord has put wisdom and understanding to know how to carry out all the work of constructing the sanctuary are to do the work just as the Lord has commanded. So Moses called them, and every person whose heart was moved to come and do the work they received from Moses all the offerings the Israelites had brought to carry out the work of constructing the sanctuary. and the people continued to bring free will offerings morning to night, here now today in this. All the skilled workers among those doing the work made the tabernacle with 10 curtains of finely twisted linen and blue, purple and scarlet yarn with cherubim woven into them. They made the frames of acacia wood and the bases of silver. They made the ark of acacia wood and overlaid it with pure gold inside and out. They made the table of acacia wood and the lampstand of pure gold with its 7 lamps and its accessories, all according to the holy pattern shown on the mountain in quiet and very holy night. The same God who gave wisdom to the builders is filling your heart with deep peace tonight now. You are being built into a sanctuary where the Father chooses to dwell and rest with you today. Every detail of your life is being crafted by the Master's hand to display His eternal and pure glory. You can rest because the Architect of the universe is protecting the foundation of your quiet. Sleep in the security of a life that is perfectly aligned with the divine will and holy love here. Then they made the altar of burnt offering of acacia wood and the altar of incense overlaid with gold. They made the sacred anointing oil and the pure, fragrant incense the work of a perfume. They made the courtyard with its curtains of finely twisted linen, and the entrance to the courtyard they made the priestly garments for Aaron and his sons to serve in the holy place, just as the Lord commanded Moses. So the Israelites did all the work just as the Lord had commanded them tonight. In this place, Moses inspected the work and saw that they had done it just as the Lord had commanded. So Moses blessed them, and all the tabernacle of the tent of meeting was completed. The work of the tabernacle was finished with excellence, and every piece was in its proper place, prepared to receive the presence of the Almighty God in this silent hour. So they brought the tabernacle to Moses with all its furnishings, its clasps, frames, crossbars, posts and bases, its coverings of ram skins, dyed red, and very durable leather. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Set up the tabernacle on the first day of the first month, place the ark of the covenant law in it, and shield the ark with the curtain, bring in the table, and set out what belongs on it. Then bring in the lampstand, and set up its lamps, place the gold altar of incense in front of the ark of the covenant law, and put the curtain at the entrance to the tabernacle. Place the altar of burnt offering in front of the entrance to the tabernacle, the tent of meeting." Moses set up the courtyard around the tabernacle and altar, and put up the curtain at the entrance to the courtyard. And so Moses finished the work. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses could not enter the tent of meeting because the cloud had settled on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle in all its holy and divine splendor. Tonight, in this very quiet room where you find your sanctuary of rest and peace today, the presence of the Lord is descending upon your home to cover you with His glory. Every work of your hands is now complete in Him, and you are invited to a holy rest. His glory is the light that replaces all darkness, and the peace that silences every single. You are safe in the middle of the cloud where the Father speaks only love to your quiet. Sleep in the radiance of the Almighty, who fills your life with His perfect and eternal. In all the travels of the Israelites, whenever the cloud lifted from above the tabernacle, they would set out. But if the cloud did not lift, they did not set out until the day it lifted. So the cloud of the Lord was over the tabernacle by day, and fire was in the cloud by night, in the sight of all the Israelites during all their travels, in total peace and divine quietness. Tonight, now, here in this, the Lord was their guide and their protector through the entire wilderness, leading them to the promised rest. And today, He is leading you to the same place of peace now, today, here. The journey of Exodus ends with the dwelling of God among his people, providing them safety and direction. In the silence of the desert nights, rest now in the same assurance that the cloud of protection is over your head, and the fire of his love is warming your heart, while the world sleeps in stillness. The Master of the Tabernacle is watching over your dreams, and your future is settled in the brightness of his presence, which never leaves your side throughout this night of holy and perfect peace. The Lord called to Moses and spoke to him from the tent of meeting, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when any of you brings an offering to the Lord, bring as your offering an animal from either the herd or the flock. If the offering is a burnt offering from the herd, you are to offer a male without defect. You must present it at the entrance to the tent of meeting, so that it will be acceptable to the Lord tonight, now, here." The Father is making a clear and holy way for you to enter his presence without any fear today, now. You are fully accepted in the warmth of his love while you lay down your head to rest deeply tonight here. You are to lay your hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it will be accepted on your behalf to make atonement for you. Then the priest shall bring the blood and splash it against the sides of the altar at the entrance to the tent of meeting. The priest shall burn all of it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord in this quiet and very holy night, now, today. Every mistake of your day is being covered by the infinite and perfect mercy of the Almighty God right now. Let the fragrance of his grace fill your room and soothe every single one of your anxious thoughts today. When anyone brings a grain offering to the Lord, their offering is to be of the finest flour. They are to pour olive oil on it and put frankincense on it and bring it to Aaron's sons, the priests. The priest shall take a handful of the flour and oil, together with all the frankincense, and burn this as a memorial portion on the altar, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord in total peace. Your simple life is a sweet offering of gratitude that the Creator treasures in the silence of this night now. He is anointing your soul with the oil of joy to replace the heavy spirit of this long and tiring day today. If your offering is a fellowship offering, and you offer an animal from the herd, whether male or female you are, to present it without defect before the Lord, you shall lay your hand on the head of your offering and slaughter it at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Then Aaron's sons, the priests, shall splash the blood against the sides of the altar, a food offering to the Lord tonight, here, now. The Prince of Peace is inviting you to a table of fellowship where there is no more noise or conflict today. You can rest because the covenant of peace between you and your God is settled and eternally secure here now. All the fat is the Lord's. This is a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. Wherever you live, you must not eat any fat or any blood, for the Lord desires the best of your heart and your quiet devotion tonight in this place. Rest now in the assurance that the Master of the sanctuary is watching over your soul and providing everything you need for a restorative sleep today here. His holiness is not a barrier, but a sanctuary of light where you are safe from the shadows of the world now. Sleep in the total and perfect peace of a heart that has found its true home in the arms of the Father tonight. The Lord said to Moses, "Bring Aaron and his sons their garments, the anointing oil, the bull for the sin offering, the 2 rams, and the basket containing bread made without yeast, and gather the entire assembly at the entrance to the tent of meeting." Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the assembly gathered there. Then Moses said to them, "This is what the Lord has commanded to be done tonight now." The Father is preparing you for a new season of spiritual authority and deep emotional rest during this night. He is separating you from the chaos of the world to dress you in the robes of his divine favor today now. Moses brought Aaron and his sons forward and washed them with water. He put the tunic on. Aaron tied the sash around him, clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod on him. He also fastened the ephod with a decorative waistband. Then he placed the breastpiece on him and put the Urim and Thummim in the breastpiece. He set the turban on Aaron's head and put the gold plate, the holy crown, tonight here. You are being cleansed from every stain of the past by the pure and living water of the Word of God now. The Lord is covering your vulnerabilities with his mantle of righteousness and holy protection today, here, now. Then Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and everything in it, and so consecrated them. He sprinkled some of the oil on the altar 7 times, anointing the altar and all its utensils and the basin with its stand. He poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head and anointed him to consecrate him, so the peace of the Lord would rest upon his mind tonight, now, today. The Holy Spirit is pouring a fresh anointing of tranquility over your mind and your weary heart tonight here. This sacred oil is softening the hardness of your worries and bringing a supernatural calm to your soul now. On the 8th day, Moses summoned Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. He said to Aaron, "Take a bull calf for your sin offering and a ram for your burnt offering, both without defect, and present them before the Lord. Then say to the Israelites, take a male goat for a sin offering, a calf, and a lamb for a burnt offering, both a year old and without defect, and a bull and a ram tonight in peace." The time of waiting is over, and the Father is ready to show you the power of his restoring grace tonight. Every sacrifice has been made so that you can live in the fullness of his joy and his eternal rest today. Aaron lifted his hands toward the people and blessed them, and having offered the offerings, he stepped down. Then Moses and Aaron went into the tent of meeting, and when they came out, they blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. Fire came out from the presence of the Lord and consumed the burnt offering, and the people shouted for joy tonight in this room now. The glory of the Lord is filling your home right now to drive away every shadow and every fear today. You can sleep in the light of his presence, knowing that his fire is warming your soul with perfect peace. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say, of all the animals that live on land, these are the ones you may eat. Eat any animal that has a divided hoof, and that chews the cud tonight in this quiet place now, here, today, in peace." You are learning to discern what is good for your soul and your physical body today, while the Father guides your rest tonight, here now, in total and holy light. The Creator is teaching you to choose the thoughts that nourish your heart and bring you divine and holy peace today while you sleep now. The Lord gives instructions about the purity of the body and the environment where his people dwell, because he desires to live in the middle of a clean and peaceful house today, now here in this room, for your total and holy rest now, today. He is removing every impurity from your life while you surrender to the stillness of this very holy and quiet night today, now here in the presence of the One. His holiness is a protective fence that keeps the chaos of the world away from your home and your private thoughts tonight in peace. When someone has a skin disease or any kind of impurity, the priest shall examine them and declare them clean or unclean according to the laws of grace and protection today, now, here, in this sanctuary of light and total peace now today. You don't have to worry about the stains of your day, because the great high priest is here to cleanse you completely tonight and now in this silence. The Father is touching the places where you feel broken to bring a restoration that only his love can provide for you now, today. Everything that touches the presence of the Lord must be holy and pure, just as He is holy and pure in all His ways and all His divine and eternal thoughts. Tonight, here, now in this quiet room for your total and perfect rest. You are being consecrated in the middle of this silence to become a vessel of light and tranquility for the new day that is coming today, now, here, in the warmth of the King. Rest in the knowledge that you are being made perfect through the grace that flows from the heart of the Almighty King tonight. These are the regulations for infectious skin diseases and for mildew in clothing or in a house to determine when something is clean and when it is unclean today, now here, in peace and quietness for your soul tonight, in this place now. God is managing every detail of your health and your environment to ensure that your rest is uninterrupted and very holy tonight now here in this sacred sanctuary. Sleep now in the safety of a God who is meticulously caring for your well-being and your complete peace of mind today. The Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron who died when they approached the Lord, and He said, "Tell your brother Aaron that he is not to come whenever he chooses into the most holy place tonight, here, or today. He must come behind the curtain, in front of the atonement cover, on the ark, or else he will die tonight, here now, in this room, where the glory of the Father is descending for your rest today here in this place. The Father is showing you the way to enter His most intimate presence through the door of perfect and total grace tonight now. Aaron is to offer a bull for his own sin offering, and then he shall take 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the entrance to the tent of meeting today now here, in this very quiet and holy night of peace today now. He is to cast lots for the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, and the other for the scapegoat to carry the sins away into the desert tonight here now in the silence of the room. All your mistakes and all your heavy burdens are being carried far away from you into the land of total forgetfulness today. On the 10th day of the 7th month you must deny yourselves and not do any work, because on this day atonement will be made for you to cleanse you from all your sins today. Now, here, in this sanctuary of perfect peace tonight. Then before the Lord you will be clean from all your sins, and this is to be a lasting ordinance for you and your family in this quiet night of deep and holy rest. Today is your day of total renewal, where every shadow of the past is dissolved in the ocean of His infinite and pure mercy. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the entire assembly of Israel and say to them, 'Be holy, because I, the Lord your God, am holy,' and each of you must respect your mother and father tonight now here in this total and pure peace. Do not turn to idols or make gods of cast metal for yourselves. I am the Lord your God who brought you into this place of peace today, now here in the middle of the night. The light of His holiness is shining upon your face to transform you into a person of deep love and spiritual strength today. Love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Keep my decrees and follow my laws, so that you may live in the land I am giving you with total and perfect rest today, now here in this quiet and very holy night of grace. You are part of a holy nation that is defined by the kindness of the Father and the peace of His eternal kingdom tonight here, now in the presence of the light. Rest in the love that binds you to the Creator and to all His children in a covenant of everlasting and divine peace tonight. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, 'These are my appointed festivals, the appointed festivals of the Lord, which you are to proclaim as sacred assemblies. For 6 days work is to be done. But the 7th day is a day of Sabbath, rest a day of sacred assembly. You are not to do any work wherever you live. It is a Sabbath to the Lord tonight, now, here, in this room, today. The Father is setting a holy rhythm of rest for your soul while you lay down to sleep during this night now. You are invited to a sacred assembly of peace where the only work required is to trust in His infinite and pure love today here. These are the Lord's appointed festivals, the sacred assemblies you are to proclaim. At their appointed times, the Lord's Passover begins at twilight on the 14th day of the first month, and on the 15th day begins the festival of unleavened bread. For 7 days you must eat bread made without yeast and celebrate the goodness of the One today, now, here, in total and very holy peace. The Lamb has been sacrificed to ensure your absolute protection and your spiritual freedom throughout this very quiet night. Today, every bitterness of your past is being replaced by the sweetness of His grace while you rest in the middle of this deep silence now. When you enter the land I am going to give you and you reap its harvest, bring to the priest a sheaf of the first grain of your harvest. He is to wave the sheaf before the Lord, so it will be accepted on your behalf. And from the day after the Sabbath, count off 7 full weeks until the day after the 7th Sabbath. Then present an offering of new grain to the Lord tonight, here, now, in this place. You are the first fruits of God's joy, and He is waving His hand of blessing over your life and your family tonight, now. The same Spirit that fell at Pentecost is breathing a supernatural calm over your weary mind and your tired heart today, here. On the first day of the 7th month, you are to have a day of Sabbath rest, a sacred assembly commemorated with trumpet blasts, and the 10th day of this 7th month is the Day of Atonement. Hold a sacred assembly and deny yourselves, because it is the day when atonement is made for you before the Lord your God, to cleanse you from every shadow. Today, now, here, in this sanctuary of total and holy rest. The trumpets of heaven are sounding a melody of victory over all your fears and all your silent battles during this night now. You are completely forgiven and restored to the heart of the Father, while the world remains in absolute and perfect silence. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the Lord's Festival of Tabernacles begins. For 7 days live in temporary shelters, so your descendants will know that I had the Israelites live in shelters when I brought them out of Egypt. I am the Lord, your God, who watches over your dwelling place tonight, here now in this quiet room. Today, the Almighty is your tabernacle of protection, and you are safe under the canopy of His eternal and divine mercy tonight. Sleep in the warmth of a God who chose to pitch His tent in the middle of your life to be your eternal and constant companion today. The Lord said to Moses at Mount Sinai, "Speak to the Israelites and say, when you enter the land I am going to give you, the land itself must observe a Sabbath to the Lord for 6 years. Sow your fields. But in the 7th year the land is to have a year of Sabbath, rest, a Sabbath to the Lord. Do not sow your fields or prune your vineyards tonight, now, here in this quiet sanctuary of peace, now, today. The Creator is giving rest to everything that concerns you so that you can bloom with fresh strength tonight, now. You don't have to force your own growth, because the hand of the Father is tending the soil of your future today, here. Count off 7 Sabbath years, 7 times 7 years, so that the 7 Sabbath years amount to a period of 49 years. Then have the trumpet sounded everywhere. On the 10th day of the 7th month, the Day of Atonement, sound the trumpet throughout your land, consecrate the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you today, now, here, in total rest. Every debt of your past is being cancelled by the power of the jubilee of grace that is falling upon your home tonight. This is your season of total restoration, where everything the world took from you is being returned by the King of Kings now. If you follow my decrees and are careful to obey my commands, I will send you rain in its season, and the ground will yield its crops, and the trees their fruit. Your threshing will continue until grape harvest, and the grape harvest will continue until planting, and you will eat all the food you want and live in safety in your land tonight, now, in this room, for your total rest today, now, here. The rains of blessing are descending upon your life to satisfy every hunger and every thirst of your weary spirit tonight now. You are living in the safety of a promise that ensures your storehouses will always be full of His divine and holy peace today.
I will grant peace in the land, and you will lie down, and no one will make you afraid. I will remove wild beasts from the land, and the sword will not pass through your country. I will look on you with favor and make you fruitful and increase your numbers, and I will keep my covenant with you. You will still be eating last year's harvest when you will have to move it out to make room for the new tonight.
The Prince of Peace is standing guard at your door so that your sleep may be uninterrupted and perfectly calm tonight now. There is no room for fear in this house because the favor of the Lord has surrounded you like a high and holy shield today. I will put my dwelling place among you, and I will not abhor you. I will walk among you and be your God, and you will be my people. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, so that you would no longer be slaves to the Egyptians. I broke the bars of your yoke and enabled you to walk with heads held high today, now here, in the middle of this very holy and quiet night. You are no longer a slave to anxiety or the burdens of this world because the Father has broken every single chain now. Rest in the freedom of a child of God who walks in the light of His presence throughout this perfect night. The Lord spoke to Moses in the tent of meeting in the desert of Sinai on the first day of the second month in the second year after the Israelites came out of Egypt. He said, "Take a census of the whole Israelite community by their clans and families, listing every man by name one by one, today, here, now. You and Aaron are to count according to their divisions all the men in Israel who are 20 years old or more and able to serve in the army tonight." This divine organization was the foundation for a nation that would walk in the shadow of the Almighty through the vast wilderness of life tonight, now here, in this very quiet room today, in total peace. Now, one man from each tribe, each of them the head of his family, is to help you in this sacred task of counting the precious souls of the people. These are the names of the men who are to assist you: from Reuben, Elizur, son of Shadur; from Simeon, Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai; from Judah, Nahshon, son of Amminadab, tonight here; from Issachar, Nethanel; from Zebulun, Eliab; from the sons of Joseph; from Ephraim, Elishama; and from Manasseh, Gamaliel; from Benjamin, Abidan; from Dan, Ahiezer; from Asher, Pagiel; from Gad, Eliasaph; and from Naphtali, Ahira, son of Enan. Each name was recorded with love and precision by the hand of God, who watches over your family tonight, now, today, in peace. The Father knows your name and has counted every single hair on your head while you rest in this room tonight now. You are not just a number in a crowd, but a precious and sacred soul, carefully guarded by His infinite love today. He is organizing your life with divine precision to bring you into a place of perfect and eternal peace right now. The Almighty is positioning His holy protection all around your home and your entire family during this dark night. Rest in the absolute certainty that the Creator is keeping a holy and constant watch over your future today now. The number from the tribe of Reuben was 46,500, and from the tribe of Simeon, 59,300 tonight here now. From the tribe of Gad, 45,650, and from the tribe of Judah, 74,600 today here in peace. All the Israelites 20 years old or more who were able to serve were counted according to their families. The total number was 603,550 tonight now. The tribes were to camp each under their own standard and under the banners of their families at a distance from the tent of meeting in total and holy rest now. So the Israelites did everything the Lord commanded Moses. That is the way they encamped under their banners, and that is the way they set out each with their clan and family today. The Lord was in the center of their camp, and He is in the center of your life, providing a perimeter of safety that no anxiety can cross tonight here. Your journey is not a path of chaos, but an orderly progression toward the promises that the Father has prepared specifically for you during this night. Rest now in the symmetry of His plan and the quiet strength of His presence, which anchors your soul in the middle of the desert today, now here in total light. This is the account of the family of Aaron and Moses at the time the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, providing a sacred lineage for the service of the sanctuary tonight, now here. The names of the sons of Aaron were Nadab the firstborn and Abihu Eleazar, and Ithamar. Those were the names of Aaron's sons, the anointed priests who were ordained to serve tonight now. Nadab and Abihu, however, died before the Lord when they made an offering with unauthorized fire, but the Father has established a new and living way for you to approach His presence in peace today. Now, here in this room today, the Lord said to Moses, "Bring the tribe of Levi and present them to Aaron the priest to assist him in the holy work of the tabernacle and the care of the people today, now, here." They are to perform duties for him and for the whole community at the tent of meeting by doing the work of the tabernacle and fulfilling the obligations of the Israelites tonight. I have taken the Levites from among the Israelites in place of the firstborn of every Israelite woman. The Levites are mine, for all the firstborn are mine, and I set them apart tonight, now, today, here, in this room, in total and holy rest. The Lord is setting apart a holy and divine protection for your soul and your quiet dreams tonight, now, here, today. He has appointed heavenly guardians to watch over the sanctuary of your weary and tired heart during this night. You are covered by the constant intercession of the great high priest who never sleeps or ever slumbers today now. Every task in your life is being handled by the grace that flows from His holy and very pure presence right now. Sleep deeply in the peace of knowing that your life is a sacred and eternally guarded treasure in His hands today. This was the service of the clans of the Kohathites in the tent of meeting, the care of the most holy things, including the ark, the table, the lampstand, and the altars today, now, here. They were to carry these sacred objects with reverence, ensuring that the presence of the Lord was always moving with the people in their journey through the wilderness tonight. The Gershonites were in charge of the curtains of the tabernacle, the tent, and its covering, and the curtains of the courtyard that surrounds the tabernacle and the altar tonight, now, here, today, in peace for your soul. Under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the Merarites were responsible for the frames of the tabernacle, its crossbars, posts, and bases, and the posts of the surrounding courtyard tonight. Everything was assigned by name, and every person had a specific role in maintaining the peace and holiness of the camp as it moved toward the promised land today, here, now. You don't have to worry about the logistics of your future because the Lord has assigned His angels to carry the heavy pieces of your life while you rest in His arms tonight, now, day, here in light. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Command the Israelites to send away from the camp anyone who is ceremonially unclean or who is unfaithful to the Lord, because I dwell among them and desire a house of total and perfect peace today. When a man or woman wrongs another in any way, they must confess the sin they have committed and make full restitution for the wrong they have done, adding a fifth of the value to it now. They must give it to the person they have wronged, so that the harmony of the home can be restored, while the silence of this holy night covers every mistake of your long and tiring day tonight, now, here, today, in peace. The Father is cleansing your life from every shadow of guilt, while you surrender to the stillness of this very quiet and holy room, today, now, here, in the middle of the presence of the Almighty King, tonight, now. His holiness is a protective fence that keeps the chaos of the world far away from your dreams and your private thoughts tonight, while you rest deeply in His love now. The Lord said to Moses, if a man or woman wants to make a special vow of dedication to the Lord, as a Nazirite they must abstain from wine and other fermented drink, and must not drink any vinegar tonight. They must not eat grapes or raisins as long as they remain under their vow of separation. They must not eat anything that comes from the grapevine during the entire period of their Nazirite vow. Now today, no razor may be used on their head. They must be holy until the period of their dedication to the Lord is over, and they must let their hair grow long as a sign of their spiritual strength and peace. They must not go near a dead body, even if their own family members pass away, because the symbol of their dedication to God is on their head throughout the period of their separation today, now, here, in light. You are a dedicated treasure in His eyes, protected by the vow of His eternal and unfailing love, and His presence is the anchor that holds your soul in peace tonight, now. The Father is setting you apart tonight to cover you with a mantle of extraordinary and divine peace while you sleep in this quiet room today, now. You are a dedicated treasure in His eyes, protected by the vow of His eternal and unfailing love, and His presence is the anchor of your heart now. Every weight of your past is falling away as His holy presence cleanses and renews your weary soul with a fresh portion of His infinite grace tonight. His light is shining upon your face to drive away every shadow and every fear of the coming tomorrow, securing your quiet future in His hands now. Rest in the silence of a God who has chosen you to be His own throughout this very quiet night, giving you a restoration that only His love provides. The Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron and his sons, this is how you are to bless the Israelites. Say to them, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make His face shine on you and be gracious now. The Lord turn His face toward you and give you peace. So they will put my name on the Israelites, and I will bless them tonight, now, today, here, in this very quiet room, for your total rest today. This is the holy blessing that is resting upon your home and your entire family while the world is silent and still during this dark hour now today, here in the middle of the holy presence now. You can let go of every single worry, because the favor of the Most High is your shield and your constant guard tonight, here now, in this place of total and holy sanctuary today, now, here, in peace. Sleep deeply in the radiance of a love that never slumbers and a grace that is sufficient for all your needs now, today, here, in this sanctuary of light where the Father is speaking peace. When Moses finished setting up the tabernacle, he anointed and consecrated it, and all its furnishings, and tribal leaders brought their offerings for the dedication of the altar of silver and gold tonight. They brought incense and animals for burnt offerings and fellowship offerings to celebrate the presence of the One in their today, now, here, in this very quiet room today, now, here, in total and holy rest. Each gift was carefully received and recorded because the Father values every expression of your love and every quiet prayer you whisper to Him during this night tonight, now today, here, in total rest. You don't have to provide anything on your own because the King of Kings has already given you the riches of His grace and the abundance of His eternal kingdom today, now here, in this room. Rest in the knowledge that your life is a precious offering that brings joy to the heart of the Creator while you sleep in the warmth of His holy and divine light, tonight, now, today, here, in peace. The Lord said to Moses, "Take the Levites and purify them, sprinkle the water of cleansing on them and have them wash their clothes, and so they will be clean before the service of the holy tent tonight. Have them take a young bull with its grain offering of fine flour mixed with olive oil, tonight, now, today, here in this room, for your total rest and spiritual renewal today, now, here, in this place. The Levites are to be set apart and presented as a wave offering before the Lord, because they are mine, and I have chosen them to maintain the peace of my sanctuary tonight, now, today, here."
You are being purified by the living water of the Word of God tonight, so that you can dwell in the center of His holy light without any shadow of guilt or shame today, now, here in this place. The Father is dressing you in the garments of righteousness and peace, preparing your soul for a rest that is restorative and deeply holy tonight, now, today, here in the warmth of the King.
The hand of the Almighty is navigating your absolute safety through the darkness of this night while you rest in the middle of this sanctuary, now, today. You are led by a cloud of protection and a fire of love that will never leave your side, even when the path ahead looks like a lonely and vast desert. There is no desert too vast for the guidance of the One who knows exactly where you are resting and exactly what your heart needs during this quiet hour. His presence is a perimeter of peace that surrounds your heart and guards all your quiet dreams from the noise and the worries of the world tonight, here. Sleep in the security of a promise that ensures you will never have to walk this path alone, because the Creator is your constant and eternal companion. The Lord spoke to Moses in the desert of Sinai, having the Israelites celebrate the Passover at the appointed time at twilight on the 14th day of the month, in this quiet and holy room today. They did everything just as the Lord commanded, and if any of you are unclean or away on a journey, you may still celebrate the Lord's Passover, because His mercy reaches everyone tonight, now. Even when you feel far away, the grace of the Father is reaching out to bring you back to the table of His fellowship and His eternal rest now, today, here, in this very quiet room. You are invited to remember the great deliverance of the past, while you find a new deliverance from every anxiety and every heavy burden during this very silent and very holy night of grace. The Lamb has been sacrificed to ensure your absolute protection and your spiritual freedom throughout this night, while you rest in the middle of this deep and perfect silence today, now, here, in peace. On the day the tabernacle was set up, the cloud covered the tent of the covenant law, and from evening till morning the cloud above the tabernacle looked like fire tonight, now, here today, in peace. Whenever the cloud lifted, the Israelites set out, and wherever the cloud settled, the Israelites encamped at the Lord's command they set out, and at His command they encamped tonight, now, here, today. Whether by day or by night, whenever the cloud lifted, they set out. Whether the cloud stayed for 2 days or a month or a year, they would remain in camp and not set out during the night. They obeyed the Lord's order in accordance with His command through Moses, and today He is leading you with the same precision and the same love toward your promised place of deep rest now. Rest now in the assurance that the cloud of protection is over your head, and the fire of His love is warming your heart while the world sleeps in stillness tonight, here, now, today, in light. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Make 2 trumpets of hammered silver to use for calling the community together and for having the camps set out today, now, here. When both are sounded, the whole community is to assemble before you at the entrance to the tent of meeting tonight here, in this very quiet and holy room today. If only one is sounded, only the leaders of the clans of Israel are to come to you in this place of total rest. When a blast is sounded, the tribes camping on the east side are to set out at the sound of the silver today, now, here, in peace. The trumpets are a reminder that the Father is always calling you to a new place of deep and holy rest tonight. The Father is clearing the path ahead of you with a holy sound of absolute victory tonight, now, here. His voice is the trumpet that gathers your scattered thoughts into a place of perfect and total rest today. You do not need to fear the journey because the Almighty is leading your every step toward the light now. The silver lining of His grace is covering every worry and every shadow of your long and tiring day today. Sleep in the security of a King who has already sounded the alarm against all your hidden fears tonight. In the 2nd year, on the 20th day of the 2nd month, the cloud lifted from above the tabernacle, and the Israelites set out from the desert of Sinai tonight, now, here, today. They traveled from place to place until the cloud settled in the desert of today, now, here, in this room of total and holy peace for your weary and tired soul, now, today. The ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them during those 3 days of travel to find them a place to rest in the middle of the wilderness. Whenever the ark set out, Moses said, "Rise up, Lord, may your enemies be scattered, may your foes flee before you." And whenever it came to rest, he said, "Return, Lord, to the countless thousands of Israel, and bring them to a place of total and holy peace tonight, now, here, in this sanctuary of light for your quiet rest today, now, here." You can let go of the need to know the way because the cloud of glory is your compass and the Word of God is your anchor during this very silent hour today, now. Rest now in the same assurance that the ark of His presence is finding a perfect place for you to lay your head and sleep deeply throughout this night of grace. The journey is long, but the hand of the Almighty is navigating your absolute safety through the darkness to the morning. The sons of Aaron the priests are to blow the trumpets, and this is to be a lasting ordinance for you and the generations to come, wherever you may dwell tonight, now, here. When you go into battle in your own land against an enemy who is oppressing you, sound a blast on the trumpets, then you will be remembered by the Lord today. You are not forgotten in the middle of the desert because the sound of His mercy is echoing through your room and guarding your spirit while you sleep in peace. The Lord is your rescuer, and He is blowing a trumpet of victory over all the silent battles you are fighting in your heart. Now, here. The people complained about their hardships in the hearing of the Lord, and when He heard them, His anger was aroused, and fire from the Lord burned among them tonight, here, now, today. But Moses prayed to the Lord, and the fire died down, and the place was called Taberah, because fire from the Lord had burned among them in this quiet and holy room today, now. The rabble with them began to crave other food, and the Israelites started wailing again, saying, "If only we had meat to eat today, now, here in this sanctuary of total and holy peace." The Father is hearing your cries for relief, and He is sending a supernatural answer to satisfy the hunger of your weary and tired soul tonight. The Lord is providing a supernatural strength for your soul when the desert feels too long and lonely now. He is pouring His Spirit upon you tonight to carry the heavy burdens you cannot lift on your own today. You are being satisfied by the bread of heaven, which brings a deep and lasting peace to your quiet heart. The Father is silencing every murmur of anxiety within you with the gentle whispers of His divine grace. Sleep in the abundance of a God who meets all your needs in the middle of this very silent hour today. The Lord said to Moses, "Bring me 70 of Israel's elders who are known to you as leaders and officials among the people, and have them come to the entrance of the tent of meeting today. I will come down and speak with you there, and I will take some of the power of the Spirit that is on you and put it on them, so you will not be alone now. They will share the burden of the people with you so that you will not have to carry it all alone tonight, now, here, in this place of total and holy rest for your soul today. The Spirit is your helper and your constant source of holy tranquility and strength during this night of light, now, here, in peace. Now a wind went out from the Lord and drove quail in from the sea, and it scattered them as far as a day's walk in any direction around the camp tonight, now, here, today in peace. All that day and night and all the next day the people went out and gathered the quail, and the Lord provided for them in the middle of the dry and empty desert today now. The Lord is sending a wind of refreshment over your home and your mind during this night, while the world remains in absolute and perfect silence today, now, here, in the middle of grace. Rest in the provision of the One who knows exactly how to feed your spirit and guard your quiet dreams tonight, now. The manna was like coriander seed and looked like resin, and the people went around gathering it, ground it in a hand mill, and cooked it in a pot, and it tasted like honey tonight. When the dew settled on the camp at night, the manna also came down to feed the children of God in the silence of the wilderness today, now, here, in total and holy peace now. You are living under a rain of provision that never fails, and your storehouses are being filled with the goodness of the Father while you rest deeply tonight here. Sleep in the warmth of a love that sustains you and a power that organizes everything for your benefit today, now. Miriam and Aaron began to talk against Moses because of his Cushite wife, for he had married a Cushite woman. They said, "Has the Lord spoken only through Moses? Hasn't he also spoken through us?" And the Lord heard this now. Moses was a very humble man, more humble than anyone else on the face of the earth tonight, here now, today, in this quiet room. The Lord spoke suddenly to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam and said, "Come out to the tent of meeting, all three of you." So they went out. Then the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud. He stood at the entrance to the tent and summoned Aaron and Miriam tonight in peace. The Father is standing between you and every word spoken against your quiet peace tonight, now, here, today. You do not need to defend yourself because the Almighty is your advocate in the middle of this room now. He knows the purity of your heart and the sincerity of your soul while the world sleeps in silence today. His presence is a shield that surrounds your reputation and your deep rest throughout this very holy night. Sleep in the security of a God who speaks on your behalf and guards your tranquility with perfect love. He said, "Listen to my words when there is a prophet among you. I, the Lord, reveal myself to them in visions. I speak to them in dreams. But this is not true of my servant Moses. He is faithful in all my house with him. I speak face to face clearly, and not in riddles. He sees the form of the Lord. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses tonight, here, now?" The anger of the Lord burned against them, and he left them when the cloud lifted from above the tent. Miriam's skin was leprous. It became as white as snow. Aaron turned toward her and saw that she had a defiling skin disease today. Aaron said to Moses, "Please, my Lord, I ask you not to hold against us the sin we have so foolishly committed, Do not let her be like a stillborn infant coming from its mother's womb, with its flesh half eaten away. So Moses cried out to the Lord, Please God, heal her. The Lord replied to Moses, If her father had spit in her face, would she not have been in shame for 7 days tonight here, now, today? Confine her outside the camp for 7 days. After that she can be brought back. So Miriam was confined outside the camp for 7 days, and the people did not move on until she was brought back tonight in peace. The journey of your life is being managed by a God who values your character and protects your steps in the silence of the night while you rest in this room today. He is healing the broken places in your family and restoring the harmony that the noise of the world tried to steal from your quiet home tonight, now, today, here in light. You are safe in the hands of the one who defines you by his grace and not by the opinions of others during this very silent and very holy hour of rest, now, today, here in peace. Rest now in the same assurance that the Father is watching over your household and securing your peace forever. The Lord said to Moses, Send some men to explore the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the Israelites from each ancestral tribe. Send one of its leaders. So at the Lord's command, Moses sent them out from the desert of Paran. All of them were leaders of the Israelites. These are their names. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb, son of Jephunneh; from the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, son of Nun, tonight, here, now. Moses sent them to explore Canaan and said, Go up through the Negev and into the hill country. See what the land is like and whether the people who live there are strong or weak, few or many today. The Lord is calling you to see the abundance of the promises he has prepared for your future, tonight, now. You do not need to fear the giants of anxiety because the land of rest is already yours today here. The Father is showing you a vision of hope to replace the shadows of doubt that cloud your mind now. His strength is making you bold enough to trust in His word even when the obstacles look very large today. Sleep in the quiet confidence that the Creator has already secured the victory over every single fear now. Was the land they live in good or bad? Were the towns they live in unwalled or fortified? How was the soil? Was it fertile or poor? Were there trees in it or not? Do your best to bring back some of the fruit of the land. It was the season for the first ripe grapes. So they went up and explored the land from the desert of Zin as far as Rehob toward Lebo Hamath, today, now, here, in T. At Eshcol they cut off a branch bearing a single cluster of grapes. 2 of them carried it on a pole between them, along with some pomegranates and figs. Tonight, here, now, in this quiet room today. At the end of 40 days they returned from exploring the land. They came back to Moses and Aaron and the whole Israelite community at Kadesh in the desert of Paran. There they reported to them and to the whole assembly and showed them the fruit of the land. They gave Moses this account: We went into the land to which you sent us, and it does flow with milk and honey. Here is its fruit tonight, here, now, today, in peace. But the people who live there are powerful, and the cities are fortified and very large. We even saw descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites live in the Negev now. Then Caleb silenced the people before Moses and said, We should go up and take possession of the land, for we can certainly do it. But the men who had gone up with him said, We can't attack those people. They are stronger than we are. And they spread among the Israelites a bad report about the land they had explored today, now here, in this sanctuary of total rest. All the people we saw there are of great size. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them. Rest now in the truth that God is bigger than any giant standing in your way today. That night, all the members of the community raised their voices and wept aloud, and All the Israelites grumbled against Moses and Aaron tonight. The whole assembly said to them, "If only we had died in Egypt or in this wilderness. Why is the Lord bringing us to this land only to let us fall by the sword today? Now here, our wives and children will be taken as plunder. Wouldn't it be better for us to go back to Egypt?" And they said to each other, "We should choose a leader and go back to Egypt right here now in this quiet room today in total and holy peace now." Moses and Aaron fell face down in front of the whole Israelite assembly, gathered there, while Joshua son of Nun and Caleb son of Jephunneh tore their clothes today. They said to the entire Israelite assembly, "The land we passed through and explored is exceedingly good, and if the Lord is pleased with us, he will lead us now. He will lead us into that land, a land flowing with milk and honey, and will give it to us. Only do not rebel against the Lord, and do not be afraid of the people of the land today here, because we will swallow them up. Their protection is gone, but the Lord is with us. Do not be afraid of them." But the whole assembly talked about stoning them tonight now here. The Father is removing the giants of fear from your mind and replacing them with a vision of his exceedingly good and holy land of rest today now. You do not need to look back at the shadows of your past, because the Almighty has already secured a future of abundance and light for your soul now. His presence is the shield that has never left your side, and his grace has already removed the power of every obstacle that stands in your way tonight. Every whisper of rebellion or doubt in your heart is being silenced by the Mansa voice of the Creator, who calls you to inherit his perfect peace here. Sleep in the warmth of a love that sees your true worth and promises that you will never be left to face the wilderness of this life on your own today. Then the glory of the Lord appeared at the tent of meeting to all the Israelites, and the Lord said to Moses, "How long will these people treat me with contempt? How long will they refuse to believe in me in spite of all the signs I have performed among them? I will strike them with a plague and destroy them tonight. But I will make you into a nation greater and stronger than they, while the silence of this very holy and quiet night covers every single worry of your mind now. The threshold of judgment is met with the light of the divine glory, which settles over your home and your family to provide a perimeter of total safety today here. Rest now in the symmetry of his plan and the quiet strength of his presence, which anchors your soul in the middle of the desert today, now here in total life. You are safe in the hands of the one who knows exactly where you are resting and exactly what your heart needs during this very quiet and holy hour today. The journey is long, but the hand of the Almighty is navigating your absolute safety through the darkness to the morning while you sleep in perfect grace now. No shadow of the world can cross the line of protection that God has drawn around your quiet life and your peaceful dreams tonight in this room now. Moses said to the Lord, "Then the Egyptians will hear about it by your power. You brought these people up from among them, and they will tell the inhabitants now. They have already heard that you, Lord, are with these people, and that you, Lord, have been seen face to face, that your cloud stays over them tonight in peace, and that you go before them in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. If you put all these people to death, the nations will say, 'Now, today.' The Lord was not able to bring these people into the land he promised them on oath, so he slaughtered them in the wilderness. But now please, let the power today, let the power of my Lord be released. Just as you have declared, the Lord is slow to anger, abounding in love and forgiving sin and rebellion tonight, here now. The Lord is slow to anger and abounding in infinite love for you tonight, standing as your powerful advocate against every silent and hidden accusation. Now, He is releasing a supernatural portion of His strength into your weary soul to lift the heavy weight of every mistake you have made during this day. Today, you are completely forgiven and covered by the greatness of a mercy that flows from the very heart of the Father into your quiet and very holy room now. His reputation is tied to your restoration, and He is committed to bringing you into the fullness of His promised rest throughout this dark and quiet night. Rest in the absolute pardon of a King who has chosen to remember your sins no more, securing your peace and your future in His eternal and divine light. Pardon the sin of these people just as you have forgiven them from the time they left Egypt until now. The Lord replied, I have forgiven them as you asked today. Nevertheless, as surely as I live, and as surely as the glory of the Lord fills the whole earth, not one of those who saw my glory and the signs I did now.
Not one of those who saw my signs in Egypt and in the wilderness, but who disobeyed me and tested me 10 times, not one of them will ever see the land today. The land I promised on oath to their ancestors, no one who has treated me with contempt will ever see it. But because my servant Caleb has a different spirit now, because Caleb follows me wholeheartedly, I will bring him into the land he went to, and his descendants will inherit it, while you rest in total and holy peace today.
In the morning, turn back and set out toward the desert along the route to the Red Sea. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, how long will this community grumble now? I have heard the complaints of these grumbling Israelites. So tell them, as surely as I live, declares the Lord, I will do to you the very things I heard tonight. In this wilderness, your bodies will fall, every one of you 20 years old or more, who was counted in the census and who has grumbled against me today, now, here. Not one of you will enter the land I swore with uplifted hand to make your home, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun, tonight in this room. Your children will enter to enjoy the land you despised, while you find your sanctuary of rest in the middle of the presence of the one Almighty King now. The journey of Numbers reminds us that the Father values the spirit of faith and protects the steps of those who trust in His character during the night today. He is healing the places where you felt defeated and restoring the courage that the noise of the world tried to steal from your quiet home tonight, now, today. You are safe in the hands of the one who defines your path by His mercy and not by your fears during this very silent and very holy hour of rest here now. Rest now in the same assurance that the Father is watching over your household and securing your peace with a word that never fails throughout this night. Sleep deeply in the radiance of a love that never slumbers and a grace that is more than enough for all your needs, while the world remains in total silence. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land I am giving you as a home, and you present to the Lord food offerings from the herd or flock as an aroma pleasing to the Lord tonight now. Whether burnt offerings or sacrifices for special vows or free will offerings at your appointed festivals, you must accompany them with a grain offering of fine flour mixed with olive oil today. Now here, in this very quiet and holy room today, the Father is teaching you that every act of your devotion is a sweet fragrance that reaches His throne and brings a restoration of total and holy peace tonight, now, today, here, in this place. For each lamb prepared for the burnt offering or sacrifice, prepare a drink, offering of 1/4 of a hin of wine, and for a ram, prepare a grain offering of 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour, mixed with 1/3 of a hin of oil tonight. Present 1/3 of a hin of wine as a drink offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord, while the silence of this holy night covers every worry of your long and tiring day today, now here in light. One and the same statute applies both to you and to the foreigner residing among you, for the Lord loves all his children with an equal and eternal love tonight, now, today, here in this sanctuary of peace, now, today. The Father is preparing a table of abundance and a sweet aroma of grace for your weary soul tonight now. You are remembered in every detail of your life because the Almighty is tending to your future today here. His laws are not burdens, but high walls of protection that guard your home and your quiet rest right now. Every simple prayer you whisper is a sacrifice of praise that the Creator treasures in this silent hour today. Sleep in the security of a covenant that provides for all your needs, while the world remains in total silence. While the Israelites were in the wilderness, a man was found gathering wood on the Sabbath day, and those who found him brought him to Moses and Aaron, and the whole assembly tonight now, here today, in peace. They kept him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, "The man must die. Put him to death today now, here, in this quiet room." This solemn reminder was given to protect the sanctity of the rest that God has provided for his people as a holy and eternal sanctuary for their tired minds tonight, now, today, here, in this place, in total peace now. You can let go of the struggle because the Lord is the defender of your rest, and he will not allow the noise of the world to steal your peace. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them to make tassels on the corners of their garments with a blue cord on each tassel, so that when you see them, you will remember all the commands tonight. You will remember to obey the Lord and not follow the lusts of your own heart and eyes, which lead you astray from the path of total and holy rest today, now, here in this room today. Be holy to your God, for I am the Lord who brought you out of Egypt to be your God and your constant protector throughout this very quiet night, today, now, here in light. Rest now in the assurance that you belong to the King of Kings, and his seal is upon your life to secure your peace and your dreams forever. Korah, son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and certain Reubenites, Dathan and Abiram, and On, son of Peleth, became insolent and rose up against Moses tonight, now, here, today, in this quiet room, now. With them were 250 Israelite men, well-known community leaders who had been appointed members of the council. They came as a group to oppose Moses and Aaron tonight, now, here, today, in peace. They said, "You have gone too far. The whole community is holy, every one of them, and the Lord is with them. Why then do you set yourselves above the Lord's assembly tonight, now, here, in this room?" Moses fell face down when he heard this, and he said, "In the morning the Lord will show who belongs to him and who is holy, and he will have that person come near him today, now, here, in total light. Take censers, you Korah, and all your followers, and tomorrow put burning coals and incense in them before the Lord. The man the Lord chooses will be the one who is holy tonight, now, here, today, in this room. You, Levites, have gone too far." Moses said, "Is it not enough for you that the God of Israel has separated you from the rest of the community and brought you near himself today, now, here, in peace? You are trying to get the priesthood to Korah, and your followers have banded together against the Lord and against his chosen servants, while the silence of this holy night covers the noise of the world now. The Lord is your defender, and he is establishing your place of honor and rest while you sleep in the middle of his presence tonight. The Lord is your anchor, and he is defending your position against every word of discord tonight, now. You do not need to fight for your identity because the Father has already called you his own today. He is removing every source of chaos from your life to restore the harmony of your quiet and holy home. The Almighty is standing between you and the shadows to ensure that your rest is perfectamente safe now. Sleep in the quiet confidence that the Creator is managing the justice of your future with perfect love. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Move away from these men, so that I may put an end to them at once." But Moses and Aaron fell face down and cried out, "O God, the God who gives breath to all living things today, will you be angry with the entire assembly when only one man sins?" Then the Lord said to Moses, "Tell the assembly to move away from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram tonight now, here, today, in peace." Moses warned the people, "Move back from the tents of these wicked men. Do not touch anything belonging to them, or you will be swept away because of all their sins, tonight, now, here, today, in light." The Father is separating you from the consequences of the world's noise and giving you a perimeter of absolute safety and grace now. As soon as Moses finished saying all this, the ground under them split apart, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them and their households, and all those associated with Korah, tonight, now, here, today, in peace. They went down alive into the realm of the dead with everything they owned. The earth closed over them, and they perished and were gone from the community today, now, here, in this room today. Fire also came out from the Lord and consumed the 250 men who were offering the incense, while the world remained in absolute and perfect silence tonight, now, today, here, in this place, now. No shadow of rebellion can stand in the presence of the light that is guarding your soul and your quiet dreams during this hour. The next day, the whole Israelite community grumbled against Moses and Aaron. "You have killed the Lord's people," they said. But as they gathered against them, the cloud covered the tent of meeting tonight, now, here. Then the glory of the Lord appeared, and the Lord said to Moses, "Get away from this assembly, so that I can put an end to them at once." And a plague began among the people tonight, now, today, here. Moses told Aaron, "Take your censer and put incense in it, along with burning coals from the altar, and hurry to the assembly to make atonement for them." So Aaron ran into the middle of the assembly today. He stood between the dead and the living, and the plague stopped. And the Father is standing between you and every harm tonight to bring you a restoration of total and very holy peace now, today, here, in light. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and get 12 staffs from them, one from the leader of each ancestral tribe. Write the name of each man on his staff, and on the staff of Levi, write Aaron's name tonight, here, now. There must be one staff for the head of each ancestral tribe. Place them in the tent of meeting in front of the Ark of the Covenant law, where I meet with you today, now, here, in this quiet and holy room today. The staff belonging to the man I choose will sprout, and I will rid myself of this constant grumbling against you by the Israelites today, here. You are entering a season where the Father silences every voice of opposition and replaces the noise with a gentle and holy sign of his favor tonight, today, here in this room, for your total rest now. So Moses spoke to the Israelites, and their leaders gave him 12 staffs, one for the leader of each of their ancestral tribes, and Aaron's staff was among them today, now, here, in this place of total and holy peace now. Moses placed the staffs before the Lord in the tent of the covenant law. The next day, Moses entered the tent and saw that Aaron's staff, which represented the tribe of Levi, had not only sprouted today, now, here. It had budded, blossomed, and produced almonds, the miracle of life appearing in the middle of the silence to prove the divine call and the eternal choice of the Father today, now, here, in this sanctuary of light for your quiet soul. Rest in the knowledge that God can bring life even out of the dry and dead places of your journey while you sleep tonight. The Father is confirming His choice over your life tonight and silencing every voice of discord that tries to disturb your quiet rest now, today, here. Just as the dead wood bloomed with fresh life, He is bringing restoration to the dry places of your soul while the world sleeps in total and holy peace now. You do not need to prove your worth because the Almighty has already marked you as His own in the middle of this very quiet and very holy room today. His confirmation is a gentle bloom of hope that fills your heart and guards your dreams from every shadow of doubt tonight in this place of perfect light now. Sleep in the beauty of a miracle that proves the Creator is actively working to bring life out of everything you have surrendered to His hands. Today, now, here. Moses brought out all the staffs from the Lord's presence to all the Israelites. They looked at them, and each of the leaders took his own staff today, now, here, in peace. The Lord said to Moses, "Put back Aaron's staff in front of the ark of the covenant law to be kept as a sign to the rebellious. This will put an end to their grumbling against me, so that they will not die tonight, now, here, in this place." Moses did just as the Lord commanded him, and today the Father is placing a sign of life in your heart to remind you that you are safe and chosen now, today. The almond blossoms of His grace are fragrant in your room tonight, driving away the winter of your worries and bringing the spring of His eternal and holy peace now, here. The miracle of the budding staff reminds us that true authority and peace come from the hand of God and not from the struggles of man tonight, now, here, in light. You can let go of the need to defend yourself or fight for your position, because the Lord is the one who makes you flourish in the eyes of all today now. He is your gardener, and He is tending to the roots of your soul to ensure that you bear fruit even in the middle of the desert nights, tonight, now, here. Your life is not a dry stick, but a living branch, connected to the source of all power and all quietness during this very silent and holy hour today now. Rest now in the assurance that the Father's choice is permanent and His love for you is blossoming with new mercy for the morning. The Lord said to Aaron, "You, your sons and your family are to bear the responsibility for offenses connected with the sanctuary, and you and your sons alone are to bear the responsibility tonight, now. I have taken your fellow Levites from among the Israelites as a gift to you, dedicated to the Lord, to do the work at the tent of meeting today, now, here, in this quiet room today. I am giving you the service of the priesthood as a gift, and anyone else who comes near the sanctuary is to be protected by my divine and holy grace tonight, now, here, in this room. You are being positioned in a place of sacred honor where the Almighty Himself is your partner and your constant strength today, now, here, in this sanctuary of total and perfect rest. The Lord said to Aaron, "I myself have put you in charge of the offerings presented to me. All the holy offerings the Israelites give me, I give to you and your sons as your portion tonight now. You are to have the part of the most holy offerings that is kept from the fire from all the gifts they bring me, as guilt offerings today, now, here, in this room for your total rest. Whether grain or sin or guilt offerings, every part belongs to you and your sons, as a lasting ordinance of my infinite and holy love today, now, here, in this place of grace, now, today." You don't have to worry about the provisions for your future, because the King of Kings has already assigned the best of the land to your household tonight, here, now, in light. The Lord is your inheritance tonight, and He is the portion that satisfies every single hunger of your weary and tired soul, now, here, today, in this place. You are a dedicated gift to the heart of the Father, and He has assigned heavenly helpers to manage the heavy tasks of your life today, now here in peace. His presence is the boundary of your safety where no shadow can enter and no fear can remain while you sleep in the middle of His perfect grace now. He is taking full responsibility for your future and providing for your every need out of the abundance of His eternal and holy kingdom today, here, now. Sleep in the assurance that the Master of the universe is your provider and your constant guard throughout this night of total and perfect peace today. All the finest olive oil and all the finest new wine and grain they give to the Lord as the first fruits of their harvest, I give to you today, now, here, in this quiet room, today, now. All the first ripe fruits of their land that they bring to the Lord will be yours. Everyone in your family who is ceremonially clean may eat it tonight, now, here, in this sanctuary. I give to the Levites all the tithes in Israel as their inheritance in return for the work they do while serving at the tent of meeting tonight, now, today, here, in this room now. The Father is ensuring that your needs are met before you even ask, because you are a vital part of His holy and eternal plan for peace tonight, now, today, here. Rest in the provision of the one who knows the inventory of your life and is sending a rain of blessing to overflow your storehouses tonight, now, today. I am your portion and your inheritance among the Israelites. You shall have no inheritance in their land, and you shall own no share of it, because I am everything you need tonight, now. You are not dependent on the systems of this world, but on the generosity of the Creator who owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, today, now, here, in this very quiet room, today. Your security is anchored in the character of the Almighty, who never changes, and whose promises are as firm as the foundations of the heavens tonight, now, today, here, in light. The weight of financial worry is being lifted from your shoulders as you surrender to the peace of the great provider who calls you His own now, today, here, in peace. Sleep deeply in the radiance of a love that sustains you and a power that organizes everything for your benefit today, now, here, in this sanctuary. The journey of Numbers teaches us that when we serve the Lord, He becomes our primary source of life and our ultimate destination of rest to now, today, here in this place. He is separating you from the anxiety of the world and giving you a perimeter of absolute safety and divine grace while you sleep now, today, here, in this room, now. You are safe in the hands of the one who defines your success by His presence and not by your efforts during this very silent and very holy hour of rest today. Rest now in the same assurance that the Father is watching over your household and securing your peace with a word that never fails throughout this quiet night. Now, no shadow of lack can cross the line of protection that God has drawn around your quiet life and your peaceful dreams tonight, now, here, today, in the middle of light. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "This is a requirement of the law the Lord has commanded today, now, here, in this very quiet room, today, now. Tell the Israelites to bring you a red heifer without defect or blemish, and that has never been under a yoke tonight, in peace for your soul. Give it to Eleazar the priest. It is to be taken outside the camp and slaughtered in his presence today, now, here, in this sanctuary of light now. Then Eleazar the priest is to take some of its blood on his finger and sprinkle it 7 times toward the front of the tent of meeting today. This sacred act ensures that the dwelling of the Father remains a place of total and holy peace for your weary spirit tonight, now, here, in light. The heifer is to be burned in his sight, its hide, flesh blood, And intestines, the priest is to take some cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet wool tonight now. He shall throw them onto the burning heifer. Then the priest must wash his clothes and bathe himself with water. He may then come into the camp now. He will be ceremonially unclean until evening, while the silence of this holy night covers every shadow and every mistake of your long and tiring day now. The man who burns it must also wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he too will be unclean till evening today now here in this quiet room today. A man who is clean shall gather up the ashes and put them in a ceremonially clean place for the water of cleansing for your total rest today. The Father is preparing a deep and holy cleansing for your soul and your tired mind tonight now, today, here in this place. Every stain of your day is being washed away by the water of His pure and restorative grace during this quiet night now. You are set free from the weight of the past because the Almighty has provided a way for your total and perfect renewal. His light is removing every shadow of regret and replacing it with the fragrance of His eternal and divine love today now. Sleep in the security of a heart that is being made perfect and clean in the middle of His holy and peaceful presence now. For the unclean person, some ashes from the burned purification offering are to be taken, and fresh water is to be poured over them in a jar tonight here. Then a man who is ceremonially clean is to take some hyssop, dip it in the water, and sprinkle the tent and all the furnishings and the people today. This will be a lasting ordinance for the Israelites and for the foreigners residing among them today, now here in this place of total and holy rest now. The person who sprinkles the water of cleansing must also wash their clothes, and anyone who touches the water will be clean by the morning today here now. Anything that an unclean person touches becomes clean through the power of the grace that the Father is pouring over your quiet home tonight in peace. The journey of purification reminds us that the Lord is meticulous in His care for your spiritual well-being and your emotional tranquility tonight, now, today. You can let go of the struggle to be perfect because the hand of the Creator is applying the remedy for your soul while the world sleeps in stillness. He is washing the dust of the wilderness from your feet and preparing you for a new day of clarity and light during this very silent and holy hour today. Rest now in the assurance that you are being restored to the heart of the Father and your sanctuary is safe from the noise of the world tonight here. Sleep deeply in the radiance of a love that makes all things new and a mercy that is fresh every single morning today now here in peace. In the first month, the whole Israelite community arrived at the desert of Zin and they stayed at Kadesh. There Miriam died and was buried tonight now, today. Now there was no water for the community and the people gathered in opposition to Moses and Aaron. They quarreled with Moses in this quiet room today here. They said, "If only we had died when our brothers fell dead before the Lord. Why did you bring the Lord's community into this wilderness today now here? That we and our livestock should die here. Why did you bring us up out of Egypt to this terrible place? It has no grain or figs tonight. It has no vines or pomegranates, and there is no water to drink while the world remains in absolute and perfect silence tonight, now, today, here." Moses and Aaron went from the assembly to the entrance to the tent of meeting and fell face down, and the glory of the Lord appeared to them tonight now. The Lord said to Moses, "Take the staff, and you and your brother Aaron gather the assembly together. Speak to that rock before their eyes today, now, here. And it will pour out its water. You will bring water out of the rock for the community, so they and their livestock can drink tonight, now, here." So Moses took the staff from the Lord's presence, just as he commanded him. He and Aaron gathered the assembly together in front of the rock today, now. Moses said to them, "Listen, you rebels, must we bring you water out of this rock?" Then Moses raised his arm and struck the rock twice today. The Lord is opening a fountain of refreshment in the middle of your dry and thirsty desert tonight, now, today, here in light. He hears your cries for relief and is bringing a supernatural answer to satisfy your weary and tired soul during this night. You do not need to struggle for your needs because the hand of the Father is commanding provision for your quiet future. His grace is flowing like a river of peace into your home to wash away every thirst and every single worry today, now. Sleep in the abundance of a God who brings life and light even out of the hardest and driest places of your journey now. Water gushed out, and the community and their livestock drank. But the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not trust me enough tonight, now, here. Because you did not honor me as holy in the sight of the Israelites, you will not bring this community into the land I give them today, now." These were the waters of Meribah, where the Israelites quarreled with the Lord, and where he was proved holy among them tonight, now, here, today, in peace. Moses then sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom, saying, "Please let us pass through your country. We will stay on the main road tonight here. We will not go through any field or vineyard or drink water from any well until we have passed your territory today, now, here in light." But Edom said, "You may not pass through," and he came out with a large army. So Israel turned away and arrived at Mount Hor tonight, now, here, in peace. The Lord said to Moses, "Aaron will be gathered to his people, remove his garments, and put them on his son Eleazar today, now, here, in light today." Moses did as the Lord commanded, and Aaron died on top of the mountain, and the whole community mourned for 30 days in total and holy peace now. You are safe in the hands of the one who manages every transition and every season of your life with perfect and eternal love tonight, now, today. Sleep in the quiet confidence that the Creator is your constant guide and your eternal legacy throughout this night of restorative and holy rest now. The Israelites traveled from Mount Hor along the route to the Red Sea to go around Edom, but the people grew impatient on the way and spoke against God and Moses tonight in this very quiet room. They asked, "Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread and no water, and we detest this miserable food today, here, in total and holy peace now." Then the Lord sent venomous snakes among them. They bit the people, and many Israelites died. So the people came to Moses and said, "We sinned when we spoke against the Lord tonight, now." They realized that their words had created a desert within their own hearts, and they cried out for a restoration that only the Father could provide in the middle of this silent and very dark night today, here. Pray that the Lord will take the snakes away from us. So Moses prayed for the people, and the Almighty Father heard the cry for mercy in the middle of this sanctuary today, now. The Lord said to Moses, "Make a snake and put it up on a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live." So Moses made a bronze snake and put it up on a pole tonight, here, now. Then when anyone was bitten by a snake and looked at the bronze snake, they lived, because the power of the Creator was their restoration and their total and holy peace today, now, here. This was a sign that looking away from the pain and focusing on the provision of God brings an immediate calm to the weary and tired soul during this very quiet hour, now, today. Israel then traveled to the valley in Moab and sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, "Let us pass through your country. We will not turn aside into any field or vineyard now, today, here. But Sihon gathered his entire army and attacked Israel at Jahaz, but the Lord delivered them, and Israel put him to the sword today, now here in total light and rest. The Father is lifting up a sign of healing over your life tonight to remove the sting of every past pain and every single regret that disturbs your quiet mind now. You only need to look to His face to find the restoration and the supernatural strength that your weary soul is searching for today, here, in this very holy room. No enemy or obstacle can stop your progress because the Almighty is fighting the battles you cannot even see right now, providing a perimeter of total and holy safety today. He is clearing the path through the wilderness of your worries and delivering the giants of your anxiety into His hands while you sleep in absolute and perfect peace now.
Rest in the absolute victory of a God who turns every desert of lack into a valley of provision and holy light during this night of deep and restorative sleep today. Then they turned and went up along the road toward Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, with his whole army, marched out to meet them in battle at Edrei today, now here in peace.
The Lord said to Moses, "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands along with his whole army and his land tonight now here today in this room. Do to him what you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon." So they struck him down and his sons and his whole army, and they took possession of his land now. This victory was a gift from the hand of the Creator to show that no power can stand against the promise of rest that He has given to His beloved children today, now. You are inheriting a territory of tranquility where the shadows of the past no longer have any authority over your heart or your peaceful dreams tonight here, now in light. The journey continues toward the plains of Moab, but the sting of the desert has been replaced by the honey of His presence, which sweetens every moment of this very quiet and holy night now. You can let go of the struggle to protect yourself because the Lord is your banner of victory, and His grace is the medicine that heals every wound of your long and tiring day today. Every snake of worry is being silenced by the sight of His glory, and every king of doubt is being defeated by the word of His power, while you rest in this room now. Sleep now in the security of a God who manages the history of the world and the peace of your private life, with the same infinite and perfect love tonight here. Your future is not a place of defeat, but a land of triumph where the light of the Father shines brighter than any shadow of the wilderness today, now, here. Then the Israelites traveled to the plains of Moab and camped along the Jordan across from Jericho. Now Balak, son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites tonight, now, here. Moab was terrified because there were so many people. Indeed, Moab was filled with dread because of the Israel today, now, here, in this quiet room, today in peace. Balak sent messengers to summon Balaam son of Beor, who was at Pethor near the Euphrates River, saying, "A people has come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the land now today. They have settled near me, and now please come and put a curse on these people, because they are too powerful for me to defeat today, here, in this sanctuary of total rest now." Balak thought that human words could change the destiny of those whom the Father has already established in a place of eternal and holy light, tonight, here, now, today. God came to Balaam and said, "Do not go with them. You must not put a curse on those people, because they are blessed tonight now, here in this room, for your total rest today, now." No word spoken in the dark can harm a child of the light, because the Almighty has already declared a blessing that is permanent and very holy over your quiet life now, today. But Balak sent other officials, more numerous and more distinguished than the first. They promised Balaam great rewards if he would only come and curse the children of God tonight, now, today, here. Balaam saddled his donkey and went with the Moabite officials, but God was very angry when he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the road to oppose him today, now, here, in light. The donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand, but Balaam was blind to the protection that was standing right in front of him tonight now. The Lord is standing in the gap tonight to block every word of discouragement and every hidden curse intended for your quiet and holy home right now. You are blessed with a blessing that no person and no dark force can ever reverse, because the King of Kings has spoken peace over your soul today. He is opening your eyes to see the messengers of his protection that are stationed all around your bed and your entire family during this very quiet night. Even when you are unaware of the hidden dangers, the hand of the Father is redirecting your steps toward a future of absolute and divine safety today. Sleep in the quiet confidence that the Almighty is your defender, and He is turning every intended evil into a great and holy good for your soul tonight. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you to make you beat me these 3 times tonight, now, here, in this quiet and holy room today?" Balaam answered the donkey, "You have made a fool of me. If only I had a sword in my hand, I would kill you right now today, here, in this place of total rest." Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his sword drawn, and he bowed low and fell face down tonight now, here, in peace. The Father is correcting the path of those who try to disturb your peace, and He is revealing His glory to silence every opposition that stands in your way now today, here in light. You are surrounded by a spiritual guard that never sleeps and never slumbers, ensuring that your rest is perfectly safe from the noise and the traps of the world tonight here. The angel of the Lord said to Balaam, "Go with the men, but speak only what I tell you." And Balak went out to meet him at the Moabite border today, now here in this sanctuary of light. Balaam told Balak, "Well, I have come to you now, but can I say just anything? I must speak only what God puts in my mouth today, here in this room, for rest." This is the security of your life, that even your enemies are compelled to speak the truth of your blessing, because the Creator has placed a seal of favor upon your quiet heart today. You can sleep deeply because the conversation about your future is being held in the courts of heaven, where only love and grace are allowed to speak tonight, now, today, here, in peace. Rest now in the assurance that the Almighty is your shield and your very great reward, and He is watching over your soul with a gaze of perfect and eternal peace, now, today. Balaam said to Balak, "Build me 7 altars here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me." And Balak did as he said tonight, now, here, today. Then Balaam went to a barren height to meet with God, while Balak stood beside his burnt offering in total and holy peace during this quiet night. The Father met Balaam and put a word in his mouth to speak to the rulers of Moab, while the silence of the desert settled over the camp now. You are entering a sacred space where the Creator is preparing a message of grace specifically for your weary and tired soul today, now, here, in light. Rest in the absolute knowledge that the Almighty is organizing every single detail of your life to reveal His glory and His eternal and holy light tonight. Balaam returned and said, "How can I curse those whom God has not cursed? Or how can I denounce those whom the Lord has not denounced tonight, now, today? From the rocky peaks I see them, and from the heights I view them, as a people who live apart and do not consider themselves as others today. Let me die the death of the righteous, and may my final end be like theirs, while the world remains in absolute and perfect silence tonight, here, now. You are a set-apart treasure in the eyes of the Father, and no word of judgment can ever reach the sanctuary of your quiet and holy home now. The light of his countenance is shining upon your face to validate your identity as his beloved child during this very silent and very dark night. The Lord is slow to anger and abounding in infinite love for you tonight, standing as your powerful advocate against every silent and hidden accusation now today. He is releasing a supernatural portion of his strength into your weary soul to lift the heavy weight of every mistake you have made during this day here. You are completely forgiven and covered by the greatness of a mercy that flows from the heart of the Father into your quiet and very holy room. His reputation is tied to your restoration, and he is committed to bringing you into the fullness of his promised rest throughout this dark and quiet night. Rest in the absolute pardon of a king who has chosen to remember your sins, no more securing your peace and your future in his eternal light. God is not human that he should lie, or a son of man that he should change his mind for. Does he speak and then not act today, now, here? I have received a command to bless, for he has blessed, and I cannot change it, because the shout of the king is in their middle tonight. No misfortune is seen in Jacob, and no misery in Israel, for the Lord, their God, is with them with the strength of a wild ox today, now. He is bringing you out of every bondage, and your enemies are being scattered by his mighty hand, while you sleep in total and holy peace tonight now. You can sleep in the security of a promise that is as firm as the foundations of the heavens and as constant as the rising sun here. There is no divination against Jacob and no evil sorcery against Israel, for the Lord has declared what great things he has done for you tonight, now, today, here. The people rise like a lioness, and they do not rest until they have triumphed over every fear and every shadow of this long and tiring day tonight now. You are partaking in the victory of the King of Kings, who has already conquered the world and established a kingdom of total and very holy rest today here. Surrender your spirit to the stillness of this hour, knowing that the Father is watching over you with a perfect and eternal love during this night now. Sleep deeply in the radiance of a grace that is more than enough for all your needs, while the world remains in absolute and perfect silence. When Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not resort to sorcery, as at other times, but turned his face toward the wilderness, tonight, now, today, here. He looked out and saw Israel encamped tribe by tribe, and the Spirit of God came on him, and he spoke his message in this quiet and holy room today, now, here. How beautiful are your tents, Jacob! Your dwelling place is Israel, like valleys. They spread out like gardens beside a river tonight, now, today, here in this place of total peace. They are like aloes planted by the Lord, like cedars beside the waters, providing a canopy of protection over your quiet home and your peaceful dreams tonight, now, today, in life. The Father is admiring the beauty of your soul and planting seeds of prosperity in the fertile soil of your future while you sleep in his grace. Water will flow from their buckets, and their seed will have abundant water. Their king will be greater than Agag, and their kingdom will be exalted tonight, now, here, today, in peace. God brought them out of Egypt. They have the strength of a wild ox, and they devour hostile nations, breaking their bones and piercing them with arrows today, now, here, in life. Like a lion, they crouch and lie down like a lioness. Who dares rouse them? May those who bless you be blessed, and those who curse you be cursed tonight. The authority of the Lion of Judah is the boundary of your safety, and no power of the world can disturb the majestic rest that the Father has given you tonight here. You are crouched in a place of divine power, where the noise of the enemy cannot reach your ears or your quiet heart during this night. The hand of the Almighty is navigating your absolute safety through the darkness of this night while you rest in the middle of this sanctuary now, today. You are led by a cloud of protection and a fire of love that will never leave your side, even when the path ahead looks like a lonely and vast desert. There is no desert too vast for the guidance of the one who knows exactly where you are resting and exactly what your heart needs during this quiet hour. His presence is a perimeter of peace that surrounds your heart and guards all your quiet dreams from the noise and the worries of the world tonight here. Sleep in the security of a promise that ensures you will never have to walk this path alone, because the Creator is your constant and eternal companion. Then Balaam spoke his fourth message, saying, I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob. A scepter will rise tonight, now, here, today. A ruler will come out of Jacob and destroy the survivors of the city, for Edom will be conquered, and Seir, his enemy, will be conquered, while Israel grows today, now, here. This prophecy of the coming king is the light that guides your spirit through the darkest hours of this night toward the glory of the coming and holy morning today. The scepter of righteousness is in the hand of the one who loves you, and he is ruling over every circumstance of your life to ensure your total and perfect peace now. The Star of Jacob is rising over your home tonight to drive away every shadow of fear and replace it with the brilliance of his eternal grace. Balak's anger burned against Balaam, but the prophet answered, Did I not tell your messengers that even if you gave me your palace filled with silver and gold tonight, now here, I could not do anything of my own accord, good or bad, to go beyond the command of the Lord? I must speak only what the Lord says today, now here in peace today. Then Balaam got up and returned home, and Balak went his own way, while the presence of the Father remained as a shield over the people of his eternal promise tonight. You are leaving the battlefield of your day to enter the victory of his silence, where the only word spoken over you is a word of blessing and divine rest today. Rest now in the assurance that the Almighty has the final word over your life, and that word is peace and hope for all your years to come. While Israel was staying in Shittim, the men began to indulge in sexual immorality with Moabite women who invited them to the sacrifices to their gods tonight. Now, today in this room, the people ate the sacrificial meal and bowed down before these gods. So Israel yoked themselves to the Baal of Peor, and the Lord's anger burned against them today, here, now, in life. You are learning to protect the sanctuary of your heart from the influences that steal your holy and perfect peace, while the Father guides your rest tonight, here now, in total and very holy life. The Creator is calling you to a place of exclusive devotion, where His love is the only power that rules over your quiet and holy dreams today, now, while you sleep in peace. Rest in the knowledge that you are being set apart for a glory that transcends the noise of the world during this very silent and dark night now today. The Lord said to Moses, Take all the leaders of these people and kill them in broad daylight before the Lord, so that his fierce anger may turn away from Israel today, now, here, in this place. Moses said to Israel's judges, Each of you must put to death those of your people who have yoked themselves to the Baal of Peor tonight, now, here, today, in this room for your total rest. Then an Israelite man brought to his family a Midianite woman right before the eyes of Moses and the whole assembly while they were weeping at the entrance to the tent of meeting today here. This moment of crisis was a call to return to the center of God's will, where the perimeter of safety is restored for every family and every quiet home tonight, now, today, here in life. The Father is removing the sources of spiritual chaos from your life to ensure that your rest is uninterrupted and perfectly calm throughout this very holy night, now, today. When Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw this, he left the assembly, took a spear in his hand, and followed the Israelite into the tent tonight, now, here, today, in peace. He drove the spear through both of them, and the plague against the Israelites was stopped. But those who died in the plague numbered 24,000 today, now here, in this sanctuary of rest. The Lord said to Moses, Phinehas has turned my anger away from the Israelites, because he was as zealous as I am for my honor among them tonight, now, today, here, in this room, for peace. Because of his faithfulness, the Father is establishing a covenant of peace that covers you and your children's children while you sleep in the middle of his holy presence now, today, here, in light. His intercession is a shield that stands between you and the shadows of the past, securing your future in the light of his eternal and divine grace. The Lord said to Moses, treat the Midianites as enemies and kill them because they deceived you with their wiles in the affair of Peor and their sister Cosby tonight, now, here, today, in light. This was a necessary cleansing to prepare the way for the new generation that would inherit the land of deep and holy rest today, now, here, in this room, for your soul, now, today, in peace. You are being washed from the residue of the day's battles and the dust of the world's deceptions, so that your mind can be clear and your spirit can be tranquil, now, today. The Father is the architect of your purity, and he is building a fortress of holiness around your heart to protect the treasure of your quiet thoughts during this very silent hour, now, today. Sleep now in the beauty of a life that is being made whole and holy through the power of a love that never gives up on your complete restoration today, here. The journey of Israel through the plains of Moab reminds us that the Almighty is the guardian of our spiritual integrity and the provider of our eternal peace now, today, here, in peace. He is awarding you a covenant of peace and a legacy of grace because you have chosen to seek his face in the middle of the dark and lonely desert tonight, now, here, in light. You don't have to carry the weight of your mistakes anymore because the great high priest has already made the sacrifice that secures your absolute and perfect pardon today, now, here, today, in peace. Your life is anchored in the promises that was spoken over the descendants of Aaron, and you are walking in the same favor and the same protection throughout this night of restorative now. Rest now in the assurance that the Father's zeal for your well-being is greater than any force that tries to disturb your quiet and holy dreams tonight, now, here. After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and Eleazar, son of Aaron, the priest, take a census of the whole Israelite community by their families tonight, now, here, today, in this quiet room, now. List every man 20 years old or more who is able to serve in the army of Israel and register their names in the book of life today, now, here, in this sanctuary of peace, now, today. This was the accounting of a new generation born in the wilderness, but destined for the land of promise and deep rest tonight, now, here, in this place of very holy and divine life. The Father is recording your name in his heart and counting every detail of your journey to ensure that you have a place in his eternal and holy kingdom tonight, now, today, here, in peace. You are not forgotten in the middle of the desert because the Almighty knows exactly where you are resting and exactly what your soul needs, today, here, now, today, in light. The families of Reuben numbered 43,730, and the sons of Simeon numbered 22,200 tonight, now, here, today, in peace, for your weary soul. The sons of Gad numbered 40,500, and the sons of Judah numbered 76,500, today, now, here, in this room, for your total and holy rest, now, today. Each tribe was counted with precision to show that the Creator is a God of order who manages the abundance of his people with a perfect and eternal wisdom, right now, today, here. He is organizing the resources of your life and the peace of your household to provide a surplus of grace for the new day that is coming today, now, here, in total light, today, now. Rest in the symmetry of his plan and the quiet strength of his presence, which anchors your soul in the middle of the vast wilderness. Tonight, now, today, in absolute peace. The sons of Issachar numbered 64,300, and the sons of Zebulun numbered 60,500 tonight, now, here, today, in this sanctuary of light, now, today, here. The sons of Joseph, by their families, through Manasseh and Ephraim, were recorded for their inheritance in the land of total and perfect peace, today, now, here, in this very quiet room, now. The Father is preparing a territory of tranquility for your spirit where the noise of the world cannot reach you, and the shadows of fear are dissolved in his grace tonight, here, in light. You are part of a holy genealogy that is defined by the kindness of the King and the strength of his everlasting and divine promise tonight, now, today, here. The Almighty is positioning his protection all around your home and your entire family to ensure that your rest is perfectly safe and very holy, now, today, here, in light, now. The total number of the Israelites was 601,730, and the Lord said to Moses, the land is to be allotted as an inheritance tonight, here, now. The inheritance must be based on the number of names, and the land is to be distributed by lot among the clans according to their recorded numbers, today, now, here, in this room. To a larger group, give a larger inheritance, and to a smaller group, a smaller one. Each is to receive its share according to today, now, here, in total rest, today, now. The Father is tailoring your blessing to fit the specific needs of your heart and the unique desires of your soul while you sleep in the warmth of his love, now, today, here. You don't have to compete for your portion because the hand of the Creator has already reserved a specific and holy place for your quiet future, today, here, in light, now. The Levites were also counted, but they were not given an inheritance among the other Israelites because the Lord himself was their portion and their eternal reward tonight, now, here, today, in. Among those counted by Moses and Eleazar, not one was left of those who were counted in the desert of Sinai except for Caleb and Joshua tonight, now, here, today, in peace for you. The word of the Lord was fulfilled that they would surely die in the wilderness, but you are part of the generation of faith that walks into the light today, now, here, today, in peace. Rest now in the assurance that the past is gone, and a new era of grace and restorative sleep has begun for your weary and tired soul. Right now, today, in peace, now. Sleep in the security of a God who manages every transition and every season of your life with a perfect and eternal love that never fails you, now, today, here, in peace. The Israelites traveled from Mount Hor along the route to the Red Sea to go around Edom, but the people grew impatient on the way and spoke against God and Moses tonight, now, today, here, in this very quiet room. They asked, "Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread and no water, and we detest this miserable food today, here, in total and holy peace now, today, here in this place." Then the Lord sent venomous snakes among them. They bit the people, and many Israelites died. So the people came to Moses and said, "We sinned when we spoke against the Lord tonight now, today, here in peace." They realized that their words had created a desert within their own hearts, and they cried out for a restoration that only the Father could provide in the middle of this silent and very dark night today. "Pray that the Lord will take the snakes away from us." So Moses prayed for the people, and the Almighty Father heard the cry for mercy in the middle of this sanctuary today. Now, here, in total rest for your sake. The Lord said to Moses, "Make a snake and put it up on a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live." So Moses made a bronze snake and put it up on a pole tonight here, now, today, in this room. Then, when anyone was bitten by a snake and looked at the bronze snake, they lived, because the power of the Creator was their restoration and their total and holy peace today, now, here, in this quiet place now. This was a sign that looking away from the pain and focusing on the provision of God brings an immediate calm to the weary and tired soul during this very quiet hour, now today, here in life. Israel then traveled to the valley in Moab and sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, "Let us pass through your country. We will not turn aside into any field or vineyard. Now, today, here, in peace, now." But Sihon gathered his entire army and attacked Israel at Jahaz, but the Lord delivered them, and Israel put him to the sword today, now, here, in total and very holy light and restorative and deep rest for your mind. The Father is lifting up a sign of healing over your life tonight to remove the sting of every past pain and every single regret that disturbs your quiet mind now, today, here. You only need to look to His face to find the restoration and the supernatural strength that your weary soul is searching for today, here in this very quiet and very holy room now. No enemy or obstacle can stop your progress, because the Almighty is fighting the battles you cannot even see right now, providing a perimeter of total and holy safety for your heart today. He is clearing the path through the wilderness of your worries and delivering the giants of your anxiety into His hands while you sleep in absolute and perfect peace tonight, now, here. Rest in the absolute victory of a God who turns every desert of lack into a valley of provision and holy light during this night of deep and restorative and very quiet sleep today. Then they turned and went up along the road toward Bashan, and Og king of Bashan with his whole army marched out to meet them in battle at Edrei today. Now, here, in total and holy peace tonight, here, now, the Lord said to Moses, "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands, along with his whole army and his land, now here, today in this room, for your total rest now. Do to him what you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon." So they struck him down and his sons and his whole army, and they took possession of his land now, today here. This victory was a gift from the hand of the Creator to show that no power can stand against the promise of rest that He has given to His beloved children today, now here in this quiet place. You are inheriting a territory of tranquility where the shadows of the past no longer have any authority over your heart or your peaceful dreams tonight, here, now, in light, today, in total and very holy rest. The journey continues toward the plains of Moab, but the sting of the desert has been replaced by the honey of His presence, which sweetens every moment of this very quiet and holy night now, today, here. You can let go of the struggle to protect yourself because the Lord is your banner of victory, and His grace is the medicine that heals every wound of your long and tiring day, today, now, here. Every snake of worry is being silenced by the sight of His glory, and every king of doubt is being defeated by the word of His power while you rest in room now, today, here, in life. Sleep now in the security of a God who manages the history of the world and the peace of your private life with the same infinite and perfect love tonight, here, now, today, in this sanctuary of. Your future is not a place of defeat, but a land of triumph where the light of the Father shines brighter than any shadow of the wilderness today, now here, in this place of total and holy and perfect. Then the Israelites traveled to the plains of Moab and camped along the Jordan across from Jericho. Now Balak, son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites tonight, now, here, today, in Moab was terrified because there were so many people. Indeed, Moab was filled with dread because of the Israelites today, now, here, in this quiet room today, in total and holy and perfect peace, now, today. Balak sent messengers to summon Balaam, son of Beor, who was at Pethor near the Euphrates River, saying, "A people has come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the land now today, here in light. They have settled near me, and now please come and put a curse on these people because they are too powerful for me to defeat today, here in this sanctuary of total and very holy rest, now today." Balak thought that human words could change the destiny of those whom the Father has already established in a place of eternal and holy life now, today, in this room, for your total rest. God came to Balaam and said, "Do not go with them. You must not put a curse on those people because they are blessed tonight, now, here in this room, for your total rest today, now, today. No words spoken in the dark can harm a child of the light because the Almighty has already declared a blessing that is permanent and very holy over your quiet life, now, today, here, in. But Balak sent other officials, more numerous and more distinguished than the first. They promised Balaam great rewards if he would only come and curse the children of God tonight, now, today, here, in. Balaam saddled his donkey and went with the Moabite officials, but God was very angry when he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the road to oppose him today, now, here, in light now. The donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand, but Balaam was blind to the protection that was standing right in front of him tonight, now, today. The Lord is standing in the gap tonight to block every word of discouragement and every hidden curse intended for your quiet and holy home right now, today, here, in this. You are blessed with a blessing that no person and no dark force can ever reverse, because the King of Kings has spoken peace over your soul today, now, here in this. He is opening your eyes to see the messengers of His protection that are stationed all around your bed and your entire family during this very quiet and very holy night now, today. Even when you are unaware of the hidden dangers, the hand of the Father is redirecting your steps toward a future of absolute and divine safety today, now, here, in this. Sleep in the quiet confidence that the Almighty is your defender, and He is turning every intended evil into a great and holy good for your soul tonight, now, today, here, in peace. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you to make you beat me these 3 times tonight, now, here, in this quiet and holy?" Balaam answered the donkey, "You have made a fool of me. If only I had a sword in my hand, I would kill right now, today, here, in this place of total and very holy rest today. Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his sword drawn. And he bowed low and fell, face down, tonight, now, here, today, in peace. The Father is correcting the path of those who try to disturb your peace, and he is revealing his glory to silence every opposition that stands in your way now today, here, in light, today. You are surrounded by a spiritual guard that never sleeps and never slumbers, ensuring that your rest is perfectly safe from the noise and the traps of the world tonight, here, now, today, in peace. The angel of the Lord said to Balaam, "Go with the men, but speak only what I tell you." And Balak went out to meet him at the Moabite border today, now, here, in this sanctuary of Balaam told Balak, "Well, I have come to you now, but can I say just anything? I must speak only what God puts in my mouth tonight, now, today, here in this room, for rest. This is the security of your life, that even your enemies are compelled to speak the truth of your blessing, because the Creator has placed a seal of favor upon your quiet heart today. You can sleep deeply because the conversation about your future is being held in the courts of heaven, where only love and grace are allowed to speak right now, today, here, in peace, now. Rest now in the assurance that the Almighty is your shield and your very great reward, and he is watching over your soul with a gaze of perfect and eternal peace. Now, today, Balaam said to Balak, "Build me 7 altars here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me." And Balak did as he said, tonight, now, today, here, in this very quiet room, now. Then Balaam went to a barren height to meet with God, while Balak stood beside his burnt offering in total and holy peace during this quiet night, today, now, here, today. The Father met Balaam and put a word in his mouth to speak to the rulers of Moab, while the silence of the desert settled over the camp, now, here, in peace. You are entering a sacred space where the Creator is preparing a message of grace specifically for your weary and tired soul today, now, here, in light, now, today, here, in rest. Rest in the absolute knowledge that the Almighty is organizing every single detail of your life to reveal His glory and His eternal and holy light tonight, now, today, here, in this. Balaam returned and said, "How can I curse those whom God has not cursed? Or how can I denounce those whom the Lord has not denounced? Right now, today, in this room. From the rocky peaks I see them, and from the heights I view them as a people who live apart and do not consider themselves as others today, now, here, today. Let me die the death of the righteous, and may my final end be like theirs, while the world remains in absolute and perfect silence, tonight, here, now, in light, today, now." You are a set-apart treasure in the eyes of the Father, and no word of judgment can ever reach the sanctuary of your quiet and holy home, now, today, here, in peace, now. The light of His countenance is shining upon your face to validate your identity as His beloved child during this very silent and very dark night of peace, now, today. The Lord is slow to anger and abounding in infinite love for you tonight, standing as your powerful advocate against every silent and hidden accusation now, today, in this place, now. He is releasing a supernatural portion of His strength into your weary soul to lift the heavy weight of every mistake you have made during this day, today, now, here, in total rest. You are completely forgiven and covered by the greatness of a mercy that flows from the heart of the Father into your quiet and very holy room today, now, here, in light, today. His reputation is tied to your restoration, and He is committed to bringing you into the fullness of His promised rest throughout this dark and quiet night today. Now, here, in peace. Now, rest in the absolute pardon of a King who has chosen to remember your sins, no more securing your peace and your future in His eternal and divine light today, now, today, here, in. God is not human that He should lie, or a son of man that He should change His mind for. Does He speak and then not act today, now, here, in this quiet room? I have received a command to bless, for He has blessed, and I cannot change it, because the shout of the King is in their middle tonight, now, here, today, in light. No misfortune is seen in Jacob, and no misery in Israel, for the Lord their God is with them with the strength of a wild ox today, now, here, today, in. He is bringing you out of every bondage, and your enemies are being scattered by His mighty hand, while you sleep in total and holy. Tonight, now, today, here, in light now. You can sleep in the security of a promise that is as firm as the foundations of the heavens and as constant as the rise here now, today, in this sanctuary. There is no divination against Jacob and no evil sorcery against Israel, for the Lord has declared what great things He has done for you now, today, here, in this very quiet room. The people rise like a lioness, and they do not rest until they have triumphed over every fear and every shadow of this long and tiring day. Tonight, now, today, here, in light. You are partaking in the victory of the King of Kings, who has already conquered the world and established a kingdom of total and very holy. Today, now, here, today, in peace. Now. Surrender your spirit to the stillness of this hour, knowing that the Father is watching over you with a perfect and eternal love during this night, now, today, here, in light, now. Sleep deeply in the radiance of a grace that is more than enough for all your needs, while the world remains in absolute and perfect silence today, now, here, in this sanctuary. When Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not resort to sorcery as at other times, but turned his face toward the wilderness tonight, now, today, here, in this room. He looked out and saw Israel encamped tribe by tribe, and the Spirit of God came on him, and he spoke his message in this quiet and holy room today, now, here, in light today, now, here. How beautiful are your tents, Jacob, your dwelling places, Israel, like valleys. They spread out like gardens beside a river tonight, now, today, here, in this place of total peace and holy rest, now. They are like aloes planted by the Lord, like cedars beside the waters, providing a canopy of protection over your quiet home and your peaceful dream night, now, today, in light, now, today. The Father is admiring the beauty of your soul and planting seeds of prosperity in the fertile soil of your future while you sleep in His grace today, now, today, here in peace now. Water will flow from their buckets, and their seed will have abundant water. Their king will be greater than Agag, and their kingdom will be exalted tonight, now, here, today, in peace for your soul. God brought them out of Egypt. They have the strength of a wild ox, and they devour hostile nations, breaking their bones and piercing them. Rose today, now, here, in light, now, today. Like a lion they crouch and lie down, like a lioness. Who dares rouse them? May those who bless you be blessed, and those who curse you be cursed tonight, now, today, here, in light now. The authority of the Lion of Judah is the boundary of your safety, and no power of the world can disturb the majestic rest that the Father has given you tonight. You are crouched in a place of divine power, where the noise of the enemy cannot reach your ears, or your quiet heart during this night, now, today, here, in this very quiet room. The hand of the Almighty is navigating your absolute safety through the darkness of this night while you rest in the middle of this sanctuary now, today, here in this light now, today. You are led by a cloud of protection and a fire of love that will never leave your side, even when the path ahead looks like a lonely and vast desert tonight now, today, here, in total rest now. There is no desert too vast for the guidance of the one who knows exactly where you are resting and exactly what your heart needs during this hour now, today, here, in this place. His presence is a perimeter of peace that surrounds your heart and guards all your quiet dreams from the noise and the worries of the world now, today, here, in light, today, now. Sleep in the security of a promise that ensures you will never have to walk this path alone, because the Creator is your constant and eternal companion. Today, here, in peace, now. Then Balaam spoke his fourth message, saying, I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob. A scepter will rise tonight now, here today, in peace. A ruler will come out of Jacob and destroy the survivors of the city, for Edom will be conquered, and Seir his enemy will be conquered, while Israel grows today, now, here, in light. This prophecy of the coming king is the light that guides your spirit through the darkest hours of this night toward the glory of the coming and holy morning, today, now, today, here, in peace. The scepter of righteousness is in the hand of the one who loves you, and he is ruling over every circumstance of your life to ensure your total and perfect now, today, here. The Star of Jacob is rising over your home tonight to drive away every shadow of fear and replace it with the brilliance of his eternal grace tonight, now, today, here, in rest, now, today. Balak's anger burned against Balaam, but the prophet answered, Did I not tell your messengers that even if you gave me your palace filled with silver and gold tonight, now, here, today, I could not do anything of my own accord, good or bad. To go beyond the command of the Lord, I must speak only what the Lord says today, now, here, in peace today, now, here. Then Balaam got up and returned home, and Balak went his own way, while the presence of the Father remained as a shield over the people of his eternal promise, now, today. You are leaving the battlefield of your day to enter the victory of his silence, where the only word spoken over you is a word of blessing and divine rest, today, now, here. Rest now in the assurance that the Almighty has the final word over your life, and that word is peace and hope for all your years to come, today, now, today, here in. The daughters of Zelophehad stood before Moses asking for their father's inheritance, so his name would not be lost, and the Lord said their request was just tonight now. This act of divine justice proves that the Father values your legacy and ensures that your place in his kingdom is secure and protected during this very quiet. You don't have to fear being forgotten, because the Almighty is the guardian of your family and the provider of your eternal and holy portion. Today, now, here. The hand of the Creator is writing your name in the book of life and establishing a territory of tranquility for your soul to rest in perfect and total peace now. Rest now in the knowledge that your future is anchored in the character of a God who honors the faithfulness of every generation throughout the silence of. The Lord said to Moses, Take Joshua, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay your hand on him to give him authority as the new leader, night, here, now, today. Moses did as the Lord commanded, and the transition was marked by the presence of the cloud of glory to show that the Father's guidance is constant and eternal now. You are entering a new season where the old worries are replaced by a fresh and holy direction from the great Shepherd who leads you beside quiet waters. He is providing the wisdom you need for the path ahead and the strength you require to cross the Jordan of your anxieties into the land of deep rest now. Sleep in the security of a king who manages every transition of your life with perfect love and a power that ensures you will never have to walk alone today. The Father is established as the boundary of your safety and the source of your eternal inheritance throughout this very quiet and holy night, now, today, here. He is organizing the map of your future to ensure that you arrive exactly where He has planned for your deepest and most restorative rest, tonight, now, here. You can let go of the map and the compass because the Creator Himself is navigating your life toward a land of milk and honey and total joy today, now, here. His presence is the final word over your destiny, and His grace has already built a dwelling place for your soul to find perfect and holy peace now today, here in light. Rest now in the same assurance that the Father's love is the anchor of your spirit and the guarantee of a bright and beautiful morning ahead while the world. The journey through the wilderness ends at the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho, where the people prepared to inherit the land of promise. They looked back at the 40 years of wandering and saw that the Father never once failed to provide manna and water in the middle of the desert today. Every city of refuge and every boundary was designed by the hand of the Almighty to provide a perimeter of absolute and holy safety for His beloved children. You are standing at the threshold of a new era of peace where the shadows of the past are dissolved in the radiance of His eternal and divine grace. No noise from the world can reach the sanctuary of your heart because the Lord has sealed your rest with a word that remains firm forever tonight here. As you drift into a deep and holy sleep tonight, remember that the God of numbers is the same God who is guarding your bed and your quiet dreams right now. He has finished the preparation of your rest, and now He invites you to simply breathe and trust in His constant and eternal care during this very silent hour now. If these readings from the desert to the promise have brought peace to your heart, you may find comfort in joining our growing family of rest by subscribing. We gather here to listen to the Word of God together so that you never have to face the long and quiet night on your own, today, now, here in. Rest now in the radiance of a love that sustains you and a grace that is more than enough for all your needs while the world remains in silence.